Welcome, everybody, to the Xbox 2 podcast episode, I believe 333, because Jez screwed up the numbering, but I believe that is the correct one on this beautiful September 27th. I am one of your hosts, Randall Thor19, the man with the million, and with me, as always, we have the one and only Jez Cordon of Windle Central.
Yo,
how you doing, buddy? And just for so everybody can kind of see how awful Jez's favorite game is, we have gameplay from World of Warcraft, so everybody can just puke. It's probably a bad idea because they're probably going to see it. They're going to turn off the show because they're going to be like, "What is this bunk?" But yes, Jez is here. World of Warcraft is the game. How you doing, bro?
Doing good, man. Got me some delicious Monster Energy Drink Ultra. Not sponsored, but maybe we should be. But yeah, I'm doing pretty good, man. I've been playing a lot of games this week. A lot of games. Because it's that time of the year. Over the summer, there was nothing. Absolutely nothing to write about. But now there's a million things to write about. So, and I just don't have time to fit it all in.
No.
But I feel like you don't feel the same way, Rand.
About what?
About having too much stuff to play, because
now there's
a lot of the games.
Now there's a lot of stuff to play.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like a lot of the games that I'm struggling to find time for right now are games that you're not particularly interested in. Like, for example, World of Warcraft, the great footage we have going on.
Nobody cares about World of Warcraft, bro. Literally nobody.
Hey, I'm investigating a rumor that it's broken its all-time concurrent user base right now.
I mean, just because you do another podcast called Unshuckled Fury about World of Warcraft doesn't mean anybody actually cares about the game. Except
Everyone
for Zach
cares, bro.
Riley in chat, apparently.
And there's also Starcraft just hit Game Pass,
which
I already own anyway. But it made me want to play through them again. But then there's also Age of Empires Mythology, which I've barely touched since it came out. Frostpunk 2, which is addictive as hell.
Yeah, well, the stock price on that game tanked, though.
It sure did, and we'll probably talk about that a bit more later, but I haven't finished Space Marine. I haven't finished Space Marine either. And then Square Enix just dropped 6 Pixel Remasters on us, which I want to play too. So I'm just like...
Apparently
how?
I said
How?
unshuckled. Not.
You did say unshuckled.
Unbelievable.
Isn't that what you do to a clam?
I don't know. What is the name of your World of Warcraft podcast?
Unshackled
Fury. Yeah, Unshackled. What is wrong with me? I can't speak English.
Yes, Spinglish.
Yamuro Soy in
well.
in the chat has an interesting question. He says, "Has Jez finished Persona 5?" You see, guys, here's the thing with Jez, okay? If you ever have to take a bet with him about him finishing a game that he's not reviewing, you will always win because he will never do that. If he's got to review it, he'll finish it. But if he doesn't, if he doesn't have to do it for a review, he will never finish the game. That's why I gave him.
True.
I gave him 2 years. 2 years, people, to beat Persona 5, and he has like 2 months left, and there's no way he's gonna beat it. Rand victorious,
dude. I put so many hours into that game. It's absurd that
you're not finished.
It's kind of absurd that I haven't finished it, because like at this point I should be in the sunk cost fallacy mode where it's like, well, I've already put 60 hours into it. I should just finish it, but there's just too much stuff that I have to play, and B, that I want to play. And I think I was playing Persona wrong. I was playing on normal difficulty. A lot of people said put it up to hard difficulty to make it feel more, engaging and tactical. But I honestly just found it boring, And I think it was because I was finding it, too easy. You don't really have to think to fight anything. I just got to I think it's the Desert Palace thing. I think it's like the third one.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think I've died once. So yeah, I don't know. But apparently Metaphor is harder.
Yeah,
game.
just as long apparently.
Yeah, just as long, but also harder. I've seen people compare
Harder.
it more to. Yeah, so SMT like is typically regarded as much more hard than Persona, whereas Persona's like more accessible. At least this is what I'm told by people who are into that stuff. Namely, my brother who loves that, has all the games since for a million
James
years.
says if you're in the Desert Palace, you means you got about 70 hours left.
Oh my god! And there's the whole thing like where if you don't do certain events, you don't even get access to DLC. So it's like making sure I
I
don't
told you,
screw that up.
you better hope that one day I don't decide to ride the Persona train and start Persona 5 and have me finish it before you. You know what I mean? You better hope that doesn't happen. You never know, it could. Although next year is kind of looking stacked, release-wise. You know, but it's the thing, like 100 and some odd hour game will probably take me a good month. I mean, look how much time I put into Cyberpunk. That was like 100, 110 hours, and that took me over a month to play. So I'm assuming if I ever did play Persona 5, assuming I didn't like turn it off after 10 hours because I, didn't like it, that it would take me a good month to beat the game or whatever. But yeah, wouldn't that be something? That'd be pretty awesome. Shout out to newest member of the channel. We have Fiber Frenzy joining. Thank you. Enjoy all the cool emotes. Appreciate you. I see we got Xbox Error in the chat, which I believe is probably Jesse, because Jesse and John are cool, but Nick, he's something else. You know what I mean? Yeah, and I see we got Fun Speculation, aka Mav, and a whole bunch of great people in the chat: Silas, James, Zach, Jodicus, Cripplis, Hazador. I see everybody. Appreciate everyone tuning in. You know what's funny? The thing about Nick, right? Which we love him to death, right? He was like taking a victory lap because he said the legacy, what was the Legacy of Kain games that were getting remaster treatment or whatever, right? And so I looked up his initial prediction, and it was like, oh, I hear the Legacy of Kain games are in production and will be revealed this year. And you know what year it was? 2021. It only took another 3 years to come to fruition. Great predicting, Nick.
Poor Nick.
I was like, wait a minute, didn't you say this like 3 years ago? And sure enough, that's when he first said it. 2021. And then he literally said in his prediction, it'll probably be revealed at Gamescom 2021. It's like, okay.
Well, hey, man. I mean, sometimes like you hear about projects way too early, and you don't really know the time frame. So it's like, I know this is coming, but I don't know when. And we all know that games take a long time to materialize these days. I mean, how long has Beyond Good and Evil 2 been in development?
I mean, Beyond Good and Evil 2's, I think, been in development like 14 years. I don't know. It's been a long time since that very first trailer. So
that's funny, man.
Yeah. Anyways, let's do some housekeeping really quickly and then get into the show. I want to thank everybody for joining us on this beautiful Friday. It's finally starting to cool down here in Chicago. I mean, for a while there, like the whole summer, it was like 90s or super high 80s or I don't know what, but it was definitely a very hot summer. But now it's a nice, cool, and breezy 72 degrees, and it's supposed to be actually 60 degrees next week, so the fall's rolling in, and I have to say, Jez, I don't know about you, I don't know about everybody in chat, but fall is my favorite time of the year. Chat, let me know what is your favorite time of the year. I know people say spring or summer. Not that many people say winter, especially if you live in a place like Chicago during the winter and you get snowstorms. And it can be really, really cold. Hell no, right? I'd prefer summer over winter then. But I tell you, man, that stretch of like maybe October through before it really, really gets cold and snowing, it's my favorite time of the year. There's a certain like smell in the air. And when you go outside, it's like you can sort of kind of get away with maybe, like jeans and a shirt, but then it's like, okay, might be cool enough where you might have to have like a sweatshirt later on or something. Oh, it's the best. Fall is absolutely the best time of year.
I like fall. I also like winter. I basically like every season except summer.
Yeah.
Summer's just too damn warm, bro. It's too damn warm. And when you're a gamer and you've got like a PlayStation or an Xbox or a laptop, a gaming laptop, especially if you're me, pumping out tons of heat, then yeah, it can get spicy in the summer.
Can get spicy. Shout out to Mazer for becoming the newest member of the channel. Appreciate you. Enjoy all the cool little emotes. Got to revamp the member stuff and get some cooler features and everything. But yeah, so I'm looking forward to the fall. I'm looking forward to the clocks going back again. I know I'm also weird like that. I actually preferred it when I was younger, when I was in high school, when it was dark at 6 p.m. I love that so much because it felt like you had the whole rest of the night. It'd be like super dark out, but then you look at the clock and it's like 7 p.m. and it's like, oh, I still got 4 hours to hang out. Instead of like in the summer when it gets dark and it's like, 8 o'clock and it's 9 or whatever. I just really love the fact that it was pitch black at 6 p.m. And I know I'm weird for that. I know nobody else probably feels that way, but I always liked it, man. There was just something really cool about it being pitch black at 5:30 p.m., It was great. But
we get to that point here as well.
Let's do some shout outs here for the wonderful people at patreon.com/XB2. The question and answer thread is open. If anybody wants to get their question in, you're more than welcome to do so. The interview we did with Florian Mueller about Xbox versus FTC and what's to expect from that still going forward, plus everything going on with the Nintendo Power World thing.
Yes.
What's that? Oh yeah. So that is up on
for a second.
Yeah, that's up on Patreon right now for you guys to check out if you're interested in it, and it'll be available sometime early next week for everybody else. And Monday for everybody. All right, let's get some shout-outs. We got Tier, Shrapnel, Inner Machine, Xbox Dave, Just James 93, Jay Peltier, Thurgus, Holy Dark Death, Steve Stompy, James Wiseau, Trickstar for Trey, Battered Haddock, Army Dude 52C, Ryan Kipple, Foreign Object, Mythic Marty, Moronic Donkey 99, Randall Thor 19, Silas, Eric Gregory, James Moore, Fantasticals, K Chirox, Bright Tundra 1, Discarded Caboose, Justin Duel, Frank Mariano, Preepy Bro King, Asa T and Madison, Governor Grimm, DZ Huffin, Wagerman, Achievement, The Scarecrow 121, Adam Bartolo, Darren Tropey, Prof. JJJ, and Wolfgang KPZ. Thank you guys very much for supporting what we do in the show. And you know what? He's here. I knew he'd show up. He's been trolling me forever recently on Twitter.
Who's that?
Miles Dumper is in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm not going to give him the benefit, call him by his real name.
Oh, Miles.
The Miles Dom PA. He's the dumper for this episode. So I still recall one time when Miles actually had a podcast called Xbox Chatter Days, and I was on there with him, and somebody called him Miles Dumper. Right? But I mean, it is funny because anytime something Mano related pops up from Square Enix, I'm like,
Miles is there.
Miles is winning. Miles just won a whole bunch over at the TGS stuff with, I think, 2 Mana games getting announced for Xbox. You're just packing in those wins. And then he trolls me about Splinter Cell. Right? The other week when we talked about the Netflix shows that were announced in the Splinter Cell show, he DMs me, is like, Where's that Splinter Cell game? And he used this stupid Shrek gif. Right? And then he said something today about Splinter Cell, and he's like, I'm always winning. That's why you're not getting a new Splinter Cell game with the stupid Shrek gif.
Yeah, I mean, you've got it right in the title, Ubisoft problems, right?
Ubisoft in trouble, baby. Yeah.
Maybe we never get a Splinter Cell, or maybe we do.
Well, they're supposed to be making the remake. They announced it as like, hey, we're doing the remake. No. It's taken forever. I mean, I know games take forever, but it seems like they've been constantly, there's a I had a friend who literally was QAing on one of the Splinter Cells years and years ago, and it got canceled. There have been so many iterations of Splinter Cell at Ubisoft that has started up only to end up hitting the cutting room floor and getting canceled. And it was like, okay, now they're actually remaking something, which, okay, fair. Maybe not exactly what I wanted, but if you remake it in the vein of a Hitman, because Hitman's like, they're showing you the way forward, right? Because people, I think, felt the same about Hitman being remade. You remember originally?
Yeah, but it's their remake of Splinter Cell 1, right?
Yeah.
That came out on the PS2, didn't it?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's a fair game to remake, I would say, at this point. Especially if they give it like the Resident Evil 2 treatment. No? Am I crazy? I think, honestly, I think you kind of have to do a remake at this point to introduce a new generation to it. Because, like, yeah, I mean, a lot of the old school fans, people pushing 60 like yourself,
excuse me,
might what? But
60?
that they might prefer to have a sequel. But I think if you're making a game for like, your Gen Z cohort, which are, they're approaching their mid-20s now, they're getting on a bit. They don't know what the fuck Splinter Cell is, probably. So yeah, I think you have to reintroduce the franchise, and a remake's the best way to do it. If you can get it out the fucking door, that is.
Yeah.
Ubisoft. But can they get it out the door? That's the big
I don't know if they
question.
can, and if they can get it out the door, will it just kind of flop and have like mediocre soft sales for whatever reason?
Yeah, we'll talk about Ubisoft in a bit. I got a lot of, I got thoughts about Ubisoft.
I know. You're always truly objective when it comes to Ubisoft. You have no hidden agenda whatsoever.
No, I don't have an agenda. That's the problem. I have no agenda. And that's why my opinions on Ubisoft are absolutely pure and perfect. But we'll talk about that more in a bit.
Anyways.
We
do have a lot to talk about. Xbox Tokyo Game Show, PlayStation State of Play, Ubisoft in trouble, a whole bunch of other stuff. Questions from the patrons, whatever super chats come in that delve into other topics that we usually go off on. But I finished the campaign for Warhammer last night, 40K, and I'm going to go back into the co-op missions because they're kind of separated. I think there's like 9 main missions for Warhammer and then like some 6 co-op missions. Man, it was quite the experience. It was pretty good. Honestly, the coolest thing I can say about it is it makes me want to start reading and catching up on the Warhammer 40K Space Marine lore. Because I'd be playing it and I'm just looking at the skyboxes and all the cool stuff and the Chaos Marines, and I'm just like, God, this would make an excellent book series. And I'm like, oh yeah, that already sort of exists realistically,
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, yeah, dude, the game was definitely something. A lot of fun. I don't know. What have you been playing?
I've been playing Redacted. I can't tell you what I've been playing actually, because I'm reviewing
Redacted.
Yeah, I'm playing Redacted. I'm playing a game that I can't talk about because of embargo at the moment. But I've also been playing quite a lot of Frostpunk 2, matey, which is, I suppose we can get out of the way right now as a topic as well at the same time.
Yeah.
Because 11-bit share price, 11-bit being the developer of Frostpunk, they also made they made a load of great games. They made This War Is Mine. Obviously, they made Frostpunk 1. They're publishing the Alters into Game Pass later this year. Or is it next year? I think it's this year, isn't it? Or the Alters. Don't sleep on that game, by the way. It's really cool. So their share price took a massive, massive hit because of missed expectations. Like some people were expecting. Stephen Totillo reported on Threads. I saw earlier. He reported that investors in 11-bit were expecting 100,000 concurrent on Steam, but it managed 35k, I think, concurrent on Steam. Which I think is a shame because the game's really good. But I also kind of get it. It's very, very different to the original game. Very, very different. So like Frostpunk 1, quite an intimate game where you're sort of playing as a small community trying to survive like on the edge of death at all times. But Frostpunk 2 is almost like, I don't know. Um it's almost like Civ. It's much grander in scope. It's far less intimate. Instead of building like a little settlement, you're building like a huge sprawling multi-city settlement now. And it's a very different experience. I really like it, but I kind of get why it hasn't resonated with a lot of people. So, but I think the game will have a long tail and it'll do pretty well. It's also like it brings my laptop to its knees, man. Brings my laptop to its fucking knees. I've got an RTX 4080 and it can run Black Myth Wukong really well. It can run Diablo 4 flawlessly, 4K 60 with ray tracing on. But Frostpunk 2, for some reason, absolutely brings it to its knees. I don't know if it's optimization. I don't know if it's just like, the needs more work being done to it, or, like even if I run the game on low or medium, I still get this weird hitching. I don't know where the bottleneck is. But yeah, so I've seen complaints on Steam about optimization and stuff like that. But it's a shame. It's a shame it ain't meeting expectations. But at the same time, it's like launched in quite a busy time for strategy games. Age of Mythology, Arrow History Untold. There's like a load of strategy games come out all at the same time. So, and it's already been delayed once. So I don't know. It needs patches probably. It needs maybe new features, community-led features maybe. I don't know, but we'll see. But I really like it for what it is. I really, really enjoy it. But that's pretty much all I've been playing, man.
Dude, with them expecting 100K concurrent, were they expecting them to
Investors,
sell
man,
like
I think.
a million copies or something?
I have no idea. I mean,
Usually.
well, this is investors, right? They put out an investor statement. They put out a statement saying they've sold 300,000 copies and the game recouped all its development investment, which you think, oh, that's good news, right? I mean, Frostpunk 2 is not like a huge blockbuster kind of game. It's 11 bits, not like they're not a Ubisoft sized studio, and also this isn't like the mega budget kind of game. It's like sort of it's like the big budget indie kind of segment, isn't it, right? And also survival city builders are not the biggest genre in the universe. I mean, they've grown in popularity recently. Like there's loads of survival city builders that are really great right now. Oh, and also Satisfactory just launched their early access, which had a ton of hype because it's been in early access since forever. And while not completely the same, I think there is some overlap there in the audience. So I think it's just a bunch of bad luck for the game, really. But we'll see if it's got a long tail. And it's also on PC Game Pass too, which is going to skew the Steam numbers at least to some degree. I don't know. I don't get why stocks go up and down like this in such a hard degree. Because if it was me, I wouldn't have expected much more than what it's done, personally. In fact, I'm quite surprised at 35k myself. I mean, what were investors expecting out of an indie survival city builder? I have no idea. Am I crazy, Rand? Am I off kilter here? Chat? Am I crazy?
I don't know what the expectations were for that game. Usually games that are like that kind of just slip through my radar. I don't pay attention to them because they're not games that interest me in any way, shape, or form. So I forget they even come out. Like, Art History Untold just came out, or Age of Mythology earlier in the year. But because I don't have any interest in those games, I just sort of erase them from my consciousness, my memory. So it's like, oh, what is coming out? And then I just like skip over them because they're games that I literally have zero interest in. Just like the Nintendo, when Nintendo launches their games, because I don't care, I just don't know when any and their stuff is launching. So I saw like the new Zelda game came out where you actually play as Zelda, Echoes of Wisdom or whatever, and I'm like, oh yeah, that was actually a thing. But it was one of those things where I saw the initial trailer way back at a Nintendo Direct, and I probably saw the release date and then just blanked it because I know, well, there's like zero, like I don't care about any of that stuff. So
Not
it's just,
interested.
yeah. So anything else I'm interested in, like it's in my head, I can kind of pull up the release date. I get excited about it. But for games that I don't care about, it's like they don't exist, you know? So it's like, oh yeah, Zelda's out, and it's like, oh yeah, Ari Hensher and Told and Age of Mythology come out. So like Frostpunk 2 I knew was the thing, but at the same time it's like, because of the type of game it is, I have no interest. So if I have no interest, I just don't care, you know? Maybe that's I don't know. Anyways, what shall we talk about, Jez? You want to talk about Xbox TGS?
Yeah, why not? That was the big news of the week for Xbox, I suppose.
Yeah. Man, what's going on in chat? We got like comments just disappearing like crazy.
I don't know. People are tweeting and then deleting them, I think. I don't know. People are crying.
Yeah, looks like it. Anyways, Xbox Tokyo Game Show. So, this is what was announced for everything in the Xbox Tokyo Game Show. We have, they dropped a new trailer for Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater. I'm already sold on this game, so I didn't bother to watch the new trailer. I am very curious about why there hasn't been a release date announced for this game yet. It seems like it's early next year, and early next year is starting to kind of take shape, right? You have like Monster Hunter Wilds getting a release date. You have the Assassin's Creed's delay filling up February. So I'm sort of wondering, like, we've seen all these trailers for Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater at this point.
A lot
of trailers for it. And it's like, okay, and I think this one's even the story trailer. And it's kind of like, okay, but when's it actually releasing? What's going on here? Are we still not sure yet? But either way, like, I don't know, I'm really excited to play this one. I think I played Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater twice when it came out. But I haven't played it since. So it's almost going to be one of those things where it'll be new to me in a way, because it's been such a long time since I played, the game. So they showed off a trailer for that. We got an Overwatch 2 mashup with My Hero Academia, which does that get you excited, Jez? This is all you, Overwatch 2.
No.
No.
Fish. Don't care.
It'll be what? It'll be like 3 skins for
the
30 of the characters.
I'm interested if the anime collabs actually move the needle for Overwatch, but maybe they do. Does anyone in chat care so much about that? I know My Hero Academia is quite popular amongst some people, but it's not my cup of tea personally. But I don't know if these do move the needle. I'm more interested in, like, is Overwatch going to be balanced ever? Probably not, but hey. But yeah, wasn't that interested in that. But I was interested in the Warcraft collab. That's the thing about skins. When it's like skins you don't give a shit about, then it's just like, whatever. But hey, I know you don't care about it.
I mean, I don't care about it, but it sort of seems like I don't know. I feel like for the people that like My Hero Academia, a Fortnite collab would have probably been a lot better than an Overwatch 2 collab. Just as someone sitting on the sidelines and watching these collabs happen, it seems like Fortnite does a lot more to make those things feel special than what Overwatch does. But either way, I couldn't care less. I'm sure my buddies, I'm sure my buddy Gopher is probably like, why did it have to be Overwatch? You ain't gonna play that game. We also got an announcement of Age of Mythology Retold's first expansion, Immortal Pillars, coming down the pipeline. And then, here we go, StarCraft. Phil was wearing a StarCraft t-shirt. StarCraft Remastered and StarCraft 2 coming to PC Game Pass in November, on November 5th.
I want to say that Phil's Phil's teasing
Yeah.
with his StarCraft love. Phil mentioned StarCraft a hell of a lot in those interviews
He did.
running up to ABK, and I think he's worn the StarCraft t-shirt more than once in public. I mean, it's usually if someone wears a t-shirt more than once, it's like, oh, who cares? But when it's Phil, Mr. Phil, I like teasing stuff secretly, kind of take notice. But it was obviously relevant because they're announcing remastered and StarCraft 2 for PC Game Pass, which made me want to play through them all over again. But there was also, this past week, Jason Schreier from Bloomberg
He scooped you.
revealed. Did he though?
I
Did he,
mean,
though?
you haven't said anything about a StarCraft shooter.
I didn't, but I did say last year that StarCraft is coming back in some form, if you remember.
Yeah,
I just wasn't entirely sure what it was, but I was told it wasn't StarCraft 3. So I was thinking like, I don't want to put, if you remember, 2023, around this time last year, actually. And I think Tom Henderson wrote it up, actually, when we talked about it on the show. I mentioned that StarCraft was coming back because I'd heard it was coming back, but I didn't want to put out there that it was StarCraft 3 because I was thinking, shit, this might be a mobile game. So I didn't know exactly what it was, and I was thinking like, if I put out there, oh, StarCraft's coming back in a full blown report, and it turns out to be a mobile game, then people ain't gonna be happy about that. But this must be what that was. But maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Also, maybe this is a more recent thing. I don't know for sure if it was.
Well, the way he
but
described it was, this is from the ashes of Project Odyssey. Like some of that team got laid off except for a few people, and David Fay, who was like one of the guys on Far Cry. I guess they're like incubating this like StarCraft shooter. Is what he was saying on IGN's podcast with Ryan McCaffrey. But I mean, isn't the first time there's been supposed to be a StarCraft shooter? StarCraft Ghost?
No,
Anybody
StarCraft
remember
Ghost.
that game? So
yeah, I mean, this is weird, right? Because a source who no longer works at Blizzard told me that Blizzard was exploring how to bring back the StarCraft IP. Obviously, they want to bring it back. I mean, Phil talked about it loads. That's not exactly a revelation there. Phil talked about it. He wears a t-shirt all the time. And now we've got these remastered games coming to Game Pass, which is all about bringing it to a new audience, potentially. Because anyone who currently owns StarCraft, they already own it on Battle.net. They're done with it, or they're still playing it now. So this is about, bringing it to a new audience, potentially, and to gauge interest in it. Because the franchise is fucking iconic, man. It's iconic. It's so good, and it's wasted. But a lot of the devs who worked on StarCraft, they've gone off and made a new studio, and they're working on a new game called Storm something. I can't remember off the top of my head. Someone in chat probably does. They're working on a modern take on RTS or whatever they call it. So a lot of that team just doesn't exist anymore. But Microsoft obviously has its World Edge team, which they've been working on Age of Empires 4. They've shipped Age of Mythology, which all the Age games have done really well recently within their niche. A lot of people said, like, I saw Clobrill praising Age of Mythology on Twitter, for example. I haven't had time to look at it myself, but I know a lot of people in my team have been playing it. They really like it, blah, 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 and all that stuff. So you have to wonder, like, Microsoft clearly sees a lot of value in the RTS genre, even if it's quote-unquote niche. And when you own StarCraft, you kind of want to do something with that, right? Now, I remember, I actually went back and I looked at some of our discussions about these old StarCraft rumors that I put out when I was drunk on this podcast. And one of the things that I was saying was, in some of our previous conversations, Rand, I wasn't sure if, like, they would do a StarCraft shooter before doing a StarCraft 3.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was kind of like, well, it's the RTS fans who have been quite neglected. And I was thinking, like, in my head, it was kind of like, well, would Blizzard really want to sort of, try and pivot StarCraft to a new genre without serving the RTS fans first, but it seems like that might be what they're doing. I mean, it's going to be potentially easier, I suppose, to get a return on investment if you're building a more mainstream genre. But at the same time, I think it's also obviously carries a lot of risk, right? Personally, I would like to see World's Edge take a crack at it. You know,
That'd be interesting.
If you got Blizzard's team to help working on the story and the cinematics, but you got World's Edge to build some of the RTS systems, like a sort of collaboration of sorts. So I'm not sure World's Edge has the in-house expertise to build a game that has heavy story beats. Because one of the best things about StarCraft was its story, right? So maybe you get Blizzard to do the story elements, or a team at Blizzard, while you leverage World's Edge to make the RTS elements. I don't know. This is pie in the sky kind of shit. But how do you feel about StarCraft shooter round? Because obviously you haven't played the RTS games. We all know you don't like games that require brain power.
Real quick aside, I don't know. Maybe it's
you
just
don't even
me.
like games that have game mechanics sometimes.
Yeah. Maybe it's just me. But do you have like a fan on or air conditioning on? There's a lot of background noise, like something's like blowing into your mic, maybe.
Oh. How about now?
That's perfect. What was it?
My VSTs weren't turned on for some reason, but now they are.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Because I was like, has he got his fan blowing into his mic? Because there was some background. I don't know if anybody else could hear it, and I didn't see anybody complaining about it in chat. So I guess maybe it was just me. But
maybe
I was just like, but
I
as
was
a guy
gonna
was
say
just
maybe
back.
Discord's
But
pretty
okay,
relentless
here's the
with
thing about a Warcraft shooter,
now.
right?
StarCraft shooter.
A Starcraft shooter is we have Warhammer.
That's exactly the issue.
So it's
I mean,
like
I was thinking that as when I said risk, that's what I was thinking of, because StarCraft and Zerglings is literally Space Marines.
Because I've seen, obviously like cinematics of some of the StarCraft stuff, even though I've never played the games, and the people in like the big, huge hulking armor look just like a Space Marine, and then you got these swarming aliens, like you said, like the Zerg or whatever they're called. If you make a third-person shooter, gear style, I mean, that's essentially just Warhammer. I mean, maybe you could differentiate it somehow. Clearly, the stories would be different, and it would have a brand power, IP behind it. But my first thought was like, yeah, we already have Warhammer. It's like, yeah, honey, Mom, can we get
Yeah.
Can we get StarCraft? No, honey, we have StarCraft at home. StarCraft at home being Warhammer. So
this is why I said it's a big risk, because StarCraft is a little less. It's a little more sci-fi, I think. Maybe. I mean, Warhammer 40K is sci-fi, but there's also the sort of more fantastical elements, like, there's demons basically, and the chaos. Can't remember what it's called, but they've got all these sort of more fantastical elements in Warhammer 40K. Whereas StarCraft is it's a little bit more grounded, dystopian, sort of sci-fi. It's almost Titanfall-y in a way. And if you look into some of the history about these games, like Blizzard originally wanted to license the Warhammer IP to make some of these games, but Games Workshop weren't really into that at the time or something, so they basically went off and made Warcraft and StarCraft, man.
Yeah, the problem with this, though? Here's the problem I have with this.
Go on.
It's like, oh, it's cool, StarCraft might be coming back, or StarCraft shooter, okay, whatever. But, bro, knowing Blizzard and their dev timelines, or just knowing dev timelines in general, like, you're talking 2030.
Dude, this was the risk factor I was talking about. Like, if you want to compete with Space Marine 2, because that's what you would be compared to Space Marine 2, which is where you play as a badass.
You'd be compared against like Space Marine 3, because I'm assuming Space Marine 3 would be out by then.
Yeah,
right?
Maybe.
And they'll have a campaign and co-op and multiplayer and stuff, right? So
you play as a pure badass in Space Marine 2. It's violent as fuck, like up there and beyond with Doom, and Blizzard is capable of hyper violence, and we know that from Diablo. But it's like you'd have to deliver. People would have a different set of expectations about what StarCraft 2 would look like, StarCraft shooter would look like. I don't think you could. I don't think you could. You could make it sort of. It couldn't be less than Space Marine 2. It'd have to like do something unique, but also like go a little bit further maybe as well. And it would also have to have a similar tone, while also following the StarCraft lore. Because for a lot of people, this would also be their first introduction to StarCraft.
Yeah.
And also, you got the whole political bullshit revolving around some of this stuff, where people sort of can't like, they can't separate politics from gaming these days. And if Blizzard did anything that wasn't even vaguely, in line with some of that stuff, you get all the grifters coming in, it'd be annoying, and oh god. So like it'd be a tough kind of line for them to walk, I think, potentially. I mean, maybe not tough because I don't know. I don't think they care that much about that stuff, but it'd also be like just in terms of gameplay quality and all that stuff. Would Blizzard want to invest what they need to invest? Because I think where Saber developed Space Marine 2 at that level of quality on a much lower budget than what Blizzard could achieve being based in California. You've got to remember that aspect as well. Developing a game in California is really expensive. And if they are going to build the game, where Blizzard HQ, you're looking at a lot of money there. And I think that's, if you look at where Activision opened up Elsewhere Entertainment, that's them like saying like, oh, we want to make games in Europe where it's a lot cheaper than in California. So, there's a ton of risk factors there, I think. Just speaking realistically about it, but at the same time, I want to fucking see it happen, dude. I want to see it happen. Even if like Blizzard takes the lead on it and maybe partners with another studio to make it, fuck it, partner with Saber Interactive to make it. Who cares? Or id Software maybe. If the team ain't there at Blizzard to make it, partner with id, something like that. They could just take the lead on the story beats and then have another studio develop the shooting aspects. I don't know. But I personally want to see it, and I think a lot of people will want to see it. But I also want to see StarCraft 3 as well. I reckon there's a lot of conversations going on at Microsoft right now about how to bring that IP back.
Yeah. Probably no chance for those games coming to the Xbox console, right?
What do you mean?
StarCraft Remastered, StarCraft 2.
Oh, yeah, probably not. I mean, maybe an outside chance. And I don't want to speak prematurely, but I don't know. I've had hints and teasers about some of that kind of thing. So maybe, possibly,
Okay.
especially if your goal for the next gen Xbox is to bring greater synergy with PC gaming and push mouse and keyboard a bit more, maybe you do that. Maybe that's part of the MMO. I was going to say MMO, but what I meant was MO. Maybe that's part of Microsoft's mandate now, is to just bring everything to everything. Like, for example, I've heard they're exploring Hearthstone for Xbox. Which it hasn't been on Xbox before, but and I don't know I don't think it'd do huge numbers on Xbox if they did bring Hearthstone there. Gwent shut down on Xbox, for example. But speaking personally, I think all Microsoft games should be on every platform within reason. So, and they own it, so why not?
Right.
But we'll see, man.
Did you watch Tokyo Game Show, or you just kind of just checked out the announcements later on?
No, I watched it. Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't watch it that attentively, I suppose, because a lot of the games were sort of indie grade, and I think I tuned out during that. But obviously, I know the announcements, and I did watch what Phil and Sarah had to say, and just writing up the article about Phil's comments.
I didn't watch it. I don't think I've ever really watched Tokyo Game Show because I know what to expect from these shows. Nothing really that I care about.
Not enough walking simulators for you.
Nah, it's not even that. It's just a lot of it is just stuff I'm not interested in, and I don't really think Xbox will ever make a big announcement at a Tokyo Game Show, right? Which is why you'll have people like this show. If you're someone looking for those like older RPGs that skip the platform or whatever, you might be like, "Hey, this is a great show for me." But if you were expecting, I don't know, something bigger, and you didn't get it, you're gonna be like, "Well, that sucks. This show sucked," right? And it's like I never expect anything from Tokyo Game Show, and I never will. You know, so I don't even bother. I'll look at the announcements, and I'm like, okay. You know, this is cool for Miles Dumper getting his mana games and stuff. So yeah, I didn't watch it, and I mean, hell, I didn't even. It's like with Xbox, sometimes it's just like really the developer direct. Maybe their partner previews, but like the showcase is like the centerpiece to any of their new announcements. Like, I don't know, expecting them to really have something big at a Tokyo Game Show, considering their position in that market, because that's what it really is. These are announcements kind of for that market rather than the overall market. It's
yeah, this is
like,
also you have to remember as well, Tokyo Game Show is less like E3 and more like Gamescom as well. So like there's a lot of like Phil and Sarah are out there because they're doing contract deals as well. They're talking to devs, hearing pitches for games, that kind of thing. So like there's a heavy business slant on this show as well. So like, while of course, yeah, there's going to be a preview event, but there's also a lot of ancillary benefits if you're an Xbox fan. Like for example, Phil was seen speaking to the Mistwalker team, for example, or he commented that he was going to see the Mistwalker team or something like that. I know that he's seeing devs like Capcom and they're going to be, maybe they're even talking to the Black Myth Wukong devs because they're out there as well. They announced 20 million sold as well for their game. Sure, like a large chunk of that is in China, but still a hell of a lot of money and a huge result for what is a brand new studio. So they're out there. But as for the show itself, I mean, yeah, Xbox historically hasn't made big announcement there. I was kind of hoping, and this is what I said on Gaz's podcast, I was hoping that they'd at least announce a time frame for Final Fantasy 16. But they just announced the Pixel Remasters.
Yeah, but I don't even know why. Like, when you look at it realistically, like, Final Fantasy 16 is not going to be there. They just released it for PC.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm saying,
I
hope they'd announce a time frame for it.
Yeah, but I don't even know.
Or not even a time frame, just say that it's coming, because I know it's coming.
They probably don't even have a solid release date about when it would release. Just other than, I mean, I guess you could give a year, but I feel like that announcement is better served at an event sometime next year, or just have them announce it or something. So
you really think so?
Yeah,
I think it would have been cool to see it here because I know it's happening.
Well,
I don't know. I would have put it here.
It is happening, but I just feel like the way it all shook out with the PC version just coming out, I didn't really see them announcing that at their show in Tokyo. It'd be some other point down the road. I mean, you could be like, okay, you have Developer Direct in January, and they have showcased third-party stuff. Would they showcase a third-party game that's already been elsewhere? Probably not, even though they did Mana, right? But that was a brand new game. And they also do have like partner previews that happen earlier in the year. We're probably going to get another partner preview sometime in October, because I think we had one last year. So I wouldn't be surprised if we have a partner preview in October or whatever. But then a part of me is like, that announcement could just be a random, here's Square Enix announcing the thing, and then here's an announcement from Xbox with like a Xbox Wire blog sort of thing.
Well, fair enough.
I mean, like a trailer. Here's this. It's coming now, etc., etc., etc. Here's some information about the world and all those sort of things.
Well, it was kind of like the highest chance of being announced was Pixel Remasters. And then it was kind of like, maybe you could offer 16, and then maybe 7 tease in some form. But yeah, I guess we'll wait and see. I mean, the PC version, like if you look at the Steam reviews, a lot of people complaining about 16's optimization on PC as well. I mean, some people. It's really funny when you talk about optimization because you get people who say like, "Oh, I haven't had any issues," and then you look at the Steam reviews and it's like, "Oh my god, this doesn't work on my PC at all." Like, it's one of the fun things about PC gaming is like the wildly different experience depending on who you ask. But I'm pretty happy about Pixel Remasters. I've been waiting a hell of a long time for that. I always thought like, man, this is the perfect game for like handhelds because 2D pixel graphics doesn't blow up your battery. So you can run this game on ROG Ally in 8-watt mode, get like 4 hours, 5 hours of battery life if you tweak settings and stuff. It's the ideal kind of game for playing when you're out and about. And also got all the Xbox achievements, play anywhere, cross-save, cross-platform, all that kind of shit. That's exactly what I wanted out of those games. So I was pretty happy for that.
Right.
Because not a lot of games target Xbox Play Anywhere unless they come in a Game Pass. And this is an outlier, But funnily enough, even though Square Enix's support of Xbox has been spotty in recent years, you know what other game came to Xbox Play Anywhere without being in Game Pass initially?
What?
Final Fantasy 15.
Yeah.
And Tomb Raider, actually. Although
Square Enix seems to be a big supporter of that initiative. It's just like all of a sudden they stopped supporting it. But yeah, so like you mentioned, Final Fantasy Pixel Remasters hit the platform. It was a shadow drop available today. Individual prices, I think, are like $12 for each game, and then I think it's on sale for $59.99 for the collection. But I do got to ask you.
Oh, Forspoken is on Microsoft Store as well.
Yeah, Forspoken is on the Microsoft Store.
That is so weird.
I do got to ask you. A lot of people said you're lying, bro. You've been going after it on Twitter. A lot of people accusing you of saying that you said Final Fantasy 16 and Final Fantasy 7 would be at the show.
I never said that. I don't know why people are saying that I said that. I never said that. When did I say that? You look at all the clips, they were sort of speculative at best. And the only thing I said was that all the games are coming to Xbox. And they are. So I don't know when, but they are coming. So well, but yeah, people have short memories. They forget, me saying that literally a couple of weeks ago that the Street Fighter collections were coming to Xbox.
Street Fighter.
Yeah,
the Marvel vs. Capcom
Marvel vs. Capcom, yeah. Marvel vs. Capcom stuff, people forgot that, short memory. I was the only one who's saying he was coming to Xbox, and then, lo and behold, came to Xbox. So, yeah, people have short memories, man.
Yeah,
but there's so many grifters on Twitter, people looking to make, clickbait videos because they got no creativity, they've got no brains, they got no they can't think for themselves. Or they're just jacking off to all the negativity because they've just got sad little fucking lives, man. So, yeah, I never said any of that shit. And if you believe that, I did say you're fucking brain dead.
Yeah, I mean, I know you specifically said Final Fantasy 7, would not be there, right?
I specifically said on Twitter, Final Fantasy 7 will not be at the Tokyo Game Show. So that's literally the opposite of what people said that I said. But this is the internet now. People can just lie and get away with it. Because nobody's got any integrity anymore, and there's no consequences. So
yeah,
I give as good as I get.
I think
if you're being
sometimes
a fucking brain dead small dick moron, I will fucking tell you so, and I'll fucking ban you from the chat as well.
Here's the thing: sometimes, you know how we always say people don't read the articles, right? They just see the headline, they see the clickbait headline, but they don't actually read what's said. And I think that also holds true for clips on Twitter. Right? They'll see the clip. Somebody will clip something from whatever podcast, and then they'll add their own opinion, in front of it, on top of it. But then
not actually watch the clip.
Then they won't actually watch the clip. And I did see a couple people clip you from last week's show about what to expect, and then in the text they said what to expect: Final Fantasy 16 and Pixel Remasters. What not to expect, Final Fantasy 7. And I think a lot of people just see that and are like, all right, well, I know what Jez said. I don't need to watch this 3-minute clip. But if you actually listen to the 3-minute clip, nowhere did you say expect Final Fantasy 16. In fact, I think you said that you if you had to guess, it wasn't going to be there. That the only one you were sort of sure was going to be, the Pixel remasters.
The remaster. Yeah, that's exactly it. I said the most you could hope for was 16 and Pixel remasters. And it was like, that was not me confirming shit. So if you're too brain dead to actually watch the clip, I've just got no time for that shit. No time for it at all. I don't give a fuck, man. I don't give a fuck. I get paid either way.
But I mean,
keep you crying, keep sharing the clips, boost the show. I don't give a fuck.
Nate Drake and Special Nick and Jez are all saying Final Fantasy 16 is coming to Xbox. It is. It's coming next year. And you can write that down. You can mark it on your calendar, whatever. It's coming next year. It'll be on Xbox in the year 2025. Do I know the month?
Exclusive?
No, I mean, it's not. Nate Drake has said that as well, so,
Okay.
it's not a thing. It's coming next year.
I personally don't have a launch time frame for the game.
I don't know when it's. I don't know what month it's coming next year, but it's coming next year. And as for Final Fantasy 7 remake, that's still years away. So
yeah.
I wouldn't expect that anytime soon. I don't know. There's this whole rigmarole about Final Fantasy games and shit.
People are really in their feelings about this because they interpret it as a PlayStation exclusive, and people cry and cry and cry. My mentions on Twitter were full of tears and whining, like, "Oh, it's never coming to Xbox." And it's like, bro, do you even play games? Do you even fucking play games? And you look on their feed, and it's just nothing but crying about random bullshit. I don't think half of these people actually play any games, especially the grifters. The grifters on Twitter who just make up bullshit all day. They often don't even play games. They just go to their shitty 9 to 5 and fucking come home depressed, hating their lives, and then get on Twitter to give themselves a modicum of satisfaction to make up for a complete inadequate life. It's fucking sad.
It's harsh,
It's fucking
man.
sad, dude. It's
harsh.
not. It's fucking fact. It's reality. It's reality biting, bro. Reality biting. And if shit like this upsets you, then reality is going to bite hard when all these Final Fantasy games start coming to Xbox. I don't give a fuck. If I like a game, I'll play it on any platform.
I already played Final Fantasy 16, by the way. So I played it on my PS5 because I wanted to play it. So I played it.
Exactly. But some people don't like that concept. They don't like the concept of playing their platform's games on another platform. And this goes for both Xbox and PlayStation, and PC fanboys as well. Fanboys of any stripe. It's all sort of like, it's all a grift to make up for inadequacy in their day-to-day life. And where all this trolling and this grifting, some people make money off it, but most of the dudes don't even make money on it. So it's like, why are you even doing this? And it's unhappiness, man. Pure unhappiness. That's the only reason these dudes are out here crying and trolling and all this shit is unhappiness. Which is why, like, it doesn't piss me off. It just makes me feel sympathy and pity.
Is that why you're going, using more threads recently or whatever?
I'm using threads more recently because the engagement's crept up and it's better. I got a job to do, man. Threads is doing pretty well. And Twitter, if you look at the stats for Twitter in the UK especially, I think it's dropped off by like 75% or something year over year.
Yeah.
Twitter's dying, man, in Europe and in the UK.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely tell Square Enix and Microsoft's relationship has improved. I mean, they're bringing a lot of these older games over, and it's not one of those things like game development. It's not like snap your fingers and everything's ready, right? Things take time. Even though Final Fantasy 16's exclusivity window was I think it was like 6 months at the time. The PC version just came out now. Like, it takes time to develop these things, especially you're focused on, like, let's get the PC version out, or the PS5 version out. We need to do some of the DLC for that, and then we can start working on the PC version. And even still, I think the PC version had some issues which they had to iron out. It's like, then they need to go and make the Xbox version, and then they probably going to have to wrangle the Series S version of it, which is probably, not going to be super easy for them to do. So it's like, yeah, those things take time. So in the meantime, it's like, here's Pixel Remasters, which super easy to do. You know, here's the mana games, here's some other stuff. It's just weird that, you know, I don't know. It's like, you know, it's bad when like Square Enix comes out and they're like, hey, these games didn't meet our expectations sales wise or whatever, and like people are up in arms about that, even the idea of like them coming to Xbox. It's like, yeah, it's gonna happen. Don't worry about it. It just takes time. Things take time, man.
I remembered like back in the day when Final Fantasy 13 came to Xbox 360,
Oh, it was great.
and there was fucking discourse about that as well.
Well, remember at the Devil May Cry 4 at the time was exclusive to PlayStation, and then Devil May Cry came to Xbox. Yeah, Final Fantasy 13.
Metal Gear Rising.
Ooh, there's a lot of that stuff.
Drama, man.
That was still probably one of the best E3 moments as a viewer, because I was like a huge Final Fantasy fan at that point, right? I mean, my first Final Fantasy, like, I don't know, I watched the trailers for the Pixel Remasters, but those weren't my Final Fantasies. And I know a lot of people will say Final Fantasy 6 is their favorite, but I didn't get into Final Fantasy until Final Fantasy 7. I wasn't a Nintendo dude, so I didn't have a Nintendo system to play any of those early Final Fantasy games. So I love 7. Probably, if you have to ask me, one of my top 5 games ever. I love 8. Sometimes I even sit there and I'm like, man, sometimes I think maybe 8's better than 7, you know? I love 9.
What? 8 better than 7?
Sometimes. On like, you know, those weird days.
Sometimes when you're doing
it's
drugs.
a leap year and like a full moon's out, right? And you're like, oh, you know, Final Fantasy 8, it's pretty damn good.
Sometimes when you fucking crack. What the fuck?
I love Final Fantasy 9.
It's still good, but it's like better than 7? Nah.
I'm
the same as you, man.
I love Final Fantasy 10.
First.
I played 10-2. I didn't play 11 because it was online. And then 12. I didn't play 12. I didn't like the way
Yeah, 12 was weird, man.
Whatever. But at the time, it was like Final Fantasy 13 was going to be a PlayStation exclusive, and this was supposed to be during the PS3 era. And I sort of already kind of made my, like, I'm on 360 because of Halo and all these other games. And at the time, you know, it was like PS3, $600, right? And it was like, man, I don't know. Do I? But then at the end, I forget who came up behind Don Matrick, like tapped him on the shoulder. And he said, like, one more thing. And the trailer for Final Fantasy 13 started playing. And I was sat there and I'm like, fuck yes.
It was Steve Ballmer,
fuck
dude.
Yes. I'm like, hell yeah. And dude, the meltdowns on NeoGAF, that meme that was born. Oh my lord.
I was not involved.
The meltdowns back then were glorious.
Really?
Anybody knows what I'm talking about. It's been it was like around back then. Oh my god, they were immaculate. Somebody's got to know what I'm talking about. Somebody has to.
Man, that's funny. Like I was not involved in the online gaming
like the meme, the meme of like,
but...
I'm a Japanese, you know, like an expert, or Square, I don't know, I'm a Japanese, but Square Enix just shot themselves in the foot. Like that meme that came out from that, like it was absolutely incredible.
Like it blows my mind, man. How like people just get so territorial about fucking video games, especially when all these games are on Steam. All your exclusives, no matter whether you're on Xbox or PlayStation, they're all on Steam. So it's like you're crying about console wars when there is no console war anymore. Steam won. Even Ubisoft's coming back. Come crawling back. You know, it's that meme like, where did your failures lead you? Back to me. Fucking Steam has won the gaming industry. You know, deal with it.
Yeah, there are plenty of people that know what I'm...
so redundant.
There are plenty of people that know what I'm talking about in chat. You got Pasha Plays, quote, I don't know how much you know about Japanese culture, but I'm an expert. That's where that meme was born. Euro Malice says, Square Enix, apologize and cancel the Xbox version. 100% that was in that meme, too.
That's just hilarious.
Square Enix are traitors for putting Final Fantasy 13 on Xbox. Oh, man.
I remember
great
when Hideo Kojima announced OD for Xbox. You had the same kind of discourse as well. Like, oh my god, he's betrayed PlayStation, blah blah blah, and all this. It's like, it's not that serious, man. It's not that serious. And I think that's partially a little bit of what I'm seeing on my Twitter, where it's like, oh, it's only Pixel Remaster, not 16. And I know what it'll be next. It'll be, oh, it's only 16. It's not 7 remake. And then where will the goalposts move then, man?
I mean,
Where will the goalposts
eventually,
move
if
then?
like remake and rebirth come, it'll be like you guys had to wait 7 years to play it or whatever, right?
Yeah,
That'll be.
I don't give a fuck.
But yeah,
I'll wait. I got so much to play. I'll wait. I ain't buying a PlayStation for one game. I'll wait.
so that's the Final Fantasy discourse, and yeah, we got. They announced Tanuki. I don't even know what this is. Threads of Time was one of the games that really got a lot of attention from the show.
It's Chrono. People can be comparing it to sort of like Chrono
Yeah.
Trigger inspired kind of
Time
game. I
traveling
think it looks
adventure.
really good.
I mean, it does look cool
Looks really
for
good.
sure.
I have, but my backlog on turn-based games is extreme, man. It's fucking
Yeah.
extreme. I haven't even played 100 Heroes yet, or Unicorn Overlord, or half of these sort of modern takes on JRPG classics. I just haven't gotten around to them. Don't you fucking mention Persona, you prick.
Well, Metaphor Refantasia had a trailer, and the demo's out now. And apparently, it's a lengthy demo. That's coming out October 11th.
5 hours, the demo, yeah. People have been praising the
I
demo.
I have a feeling that game's going to
really like the
review
look of that.
incredibly well, and will be in the discussion for Game of the Year candidacy at the end of the year. I have a sneaking suspicion about that.
I've got a question for you, Rand, inspired by J Boy on the Run in chat.
What?
With Square Enix doubling down on support for Xbox, do you think we'll get foam stars on Xbox? That's the game. That's the game no one's asked me about. Funnily enough, do you think we'll get foam stars on Xbox?
I think Square Enix was stupid to make an exclusivity deal with that game. Like it's a shooter. You would want it in as many places as you possibly can. I don't even think Foam Stars is on PC. It was just PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4. I don't know. I mean, Forspoken. Will Forspoken come to Xbox? At a 2-year exclusivity clause. That will be up this January.
Did you play Forspoken, right?
I did not play Forspoken, no.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
I thought you did. It's your kind of game, isn't it? Walking simulator?
No, it's not. It's like an open world action adventure game.
What am I thinking of then?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. The thing is, like, they might look at Foam Stars as like, it's not worth it to do it because the game's a failure, and it's not like putting it on Xbox or PC, or maybe they do both, and it's like, we're relaunching the game Foam Stars as a free-to-play extravaganza instead of what it currently is. I think you have to pay for it. And we're relaunching it, and it's coming out on Xbox, PC, and Switch, right? Because maybe there's a lot of these announcements that just aren't happening right now for Switch 2, for Switch 2 reasons, right? Because they haven't announced that yet.
I kind of want to play Foam Stars, dude.
Do you?
Do you think they'll do a PS5 Pro remake of Foam Stars?
I can't see them doing that now.
8K, 120 frames a second with
8K.
frame generation.
Ooh, yeah.
8K Foam Stars. I would play that, man. I'd buy a PS5 Pro right now for 8K Foam Stars, dude.
Mm.
Those are the kind of exclusives I want.
Well, they got We Love Katamari Reroll plus Royal Reverie, which was available today.
I've been playing that.
Part of Game Pass.
That game's fun, man.
Yeah.
In fact, I might have gameplay footage for next week's show from that game.
Trailer for Alter Yumiya, The Alchemist of Memories and the Envisioned Land. However,
Atelier.
They announced a new Atelier today, but no Xbox version, apparently.
Oh, really?
I think I saw that on Twitter. So you get this one, but then I guess the next one or the newest one was announced, and it's not coming to Xbox. So okay, Bleach game coming early 2025. Fallout 76 is getting pets. Sudoku
We knew that.
Remastered's coming. All You Need Is Help is on Game Pass today, which is a 4-player co-op game. Some more information about Slitterhead.
That's by the devs of Silent Hill, right?
Yes. Well, it's got the Silent Hill composer.
Oh. I thought the character creator, the character designer was on it as well, or something like that. I don't know, but
yeah, Toyama, he's working on the game as well. So there's that. We have Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D remake, which I think is coming out in November. Some trailer for that.
Thanos is pissed that you glossed over the Bleach game.
I mean, what do you want me to say about it? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know anything about Bleach. It's a game and it's coming early 2025.
You shouldn't drink it.
Yes.
Joaquin says Bleach is better than One Piece for the win.
I haven't read One Piece either, so I have no idea.
Dragon Ball Z is better than both of them, man.
Then you had Miles Dumper's wins here, Trials of Mana, Legends of Mana, released on Game Pass. And, I think, didn't Phil come out and say they had, like, more people in that region playing on Xbox consoles than ever before?
Phil was very specific. He said, because he knows, like, the discourse now, when they talk about having the most players ever, and then people are like, oh, that means that's also including PlayStation gamers. And he's very
PC
specific.
gamers.
Or PC gamers. He said Xbox console players in the region are higher than ever in Asia, which is good, right? On the one hand, but on the other hand, it's like, well, what? No, you went from 3 and now you got 5, something like. If you want to put a cynical spin on it, but growth is always a good thing, I suppose, right? That's what I'm told, anyway.
Yeah, I think Phil also made mention. He kind of reiterated that South of Midnight, Doom, Fable, and Avowed are like the 2025 heavy hitters, but there's also still more games unannounced to come. Obviously, one of them being like the new Call of Duty that comes out next year.
Everyone's arguing about anime in chat now.
Oh yeah, anime.
What have you done, Rand?
Well, I mean, it's a touchy subject when you start talking about which one's better than which other ones. I'm not in that world. I know that One Piece is supposed to be incredibly popular. Do I
man,
even know?
all those shonen mangas suck, man.
Do I even know any other animes?
I'm just gonna throw
it's
a
funny
grenade
because
at the chat.
Because
shonen sucks.
Because three of my buddies, Gopher, Sam, and Magic, they're anime lovers, but they each like different styles of animes. Like, there's hardly anyone maybe they all agree on. So they'll I remember just sometimes hopping into party chat or a Discord call they're in, and they're just, it's like they're speaking another language. Did you watch? I can't even, these names, I don't know.
Oh my god, Donataku. Someone banned Donataku, man.
What is Mr. Nintendo saying, huh?
He just said One Piece is better than Monster. What universe do you live in, bro? Hasdo being based as usual. What
Ouchichawa says Rand knows hentai, I think.
Yeah, Rand does know hentai.
Yeah.
He sent me his collection. In fact, that's why Rand has an RTX 4090. It's so he can run like 8K simultaneous 8K hentai videos on like a huge cinema wall in his room.
My Chicago bro, Infinite Umbra, says, I need you to put on some anime or manga sometime, bro.
Where's my slice of life fans?
I have watched like the Cyberpunk Edge Dancers, or it's not Edge Dancers, it was Edge Runners. Edge Dancers. Edge Dancers was a Brandon Sanderson novella I just read for the Stormlight Archive.
Vinland Saga as well.
I did watch season 1 of Vinland Saga and I loved it. I thought it was great. I'm gonna continue that at some point. I do have
watch. I
actually
Delicious in Dungeon. Bro.
I do own one manga. I have Berserk Volume 1. I haven't gotten to it yet. But
I mean, you should. Berserk's incredible.
I mean, I've heard
you can't just read one. You've got to read like.
Yeah, there's like 10. There's like 10. I mean, I'm talking about those like the big volumes that.
Oh, the big volume. Yeah. Okay, yeah, go on.
Well, no, it was
in fact, Rand, I would put down everything you're doing.
And what?
And
read that?
in fact, just stop this podcast right now and just go and read Berserk. do that instead.
I mean, I'm gonna get to it at some point. The thing is, I have a lot of stuff, and it's just like at some point I will get to it. I did open it up one time. I was like, maybe I'll check this out, and then I was shocked to learn that in mangas you read from the back, and you read right to left. It blew my mind. I'm like, wait a minute. I gotta read this from the back of the book, and I gotta read from the right to left. This is This is like the Nintendo controllers flipping up the prompts on the controller, or Phil Spencer in his video from TGS today where he was holding the PlayStation controller and said X was in the wrong spot. It just is one of those things that my brain can't comprehend. You read from the back and you read right to left?
Dude, I bet there's some people in chat who feel the same way like I do, but you get to a point where you read so much manga where it's like when you go back to normal, it's like, oh yeah, that's how we read in the West. It's like I've gotten used to reading backwards now. But yeah, man, anime's some good shit. Not Shonen though. Shonen's bad. Satoshi Kon is the goat. Anyways,
Jimmy the Gamer says, how do you not know this, Rand? I've never read a manga in my life. How am I supposed to know you read it from the back and read it right to left? I've been reading everything from the front and left to right. You know, I've read comics and stuff. I mean, not a lot of comics, but I've read a lot of Batman stuff. And, you know, even then, Sin City, like, you read left to right. So why would I think manga would be the complete opposite? What?
That's how they do in the East.
Well, how? But the thing is, how am I supposed to know that? I'm not someone who delves into that genre. I'll go to school. Like, they teach you that in high school and grammar school. By the way, guys, if you're ever gonna read a manga, it's backwards and right to left.
They do in Britain.
Well, they don't. They didn't here.
No, they don't in Britain, really. I actually can't remember when I first discovered this. It's been that long. Been that long, man. Joaquin says you're a fake reader because you didn't know that.
Joaquin doesn't even read. He only just uses audiobooks.
No,
he hasn't even used his eyes.
Let's not go there.
Dude,
let's not go down.
You see the chat summary, the AI generated chat summary. Viewers are recommending different anime, manga, and video game titles. The discussion touches on topics such as Slice of Life, Ichi, and Berserk. What? For the Xbox 2 podcast, the auto generated thing is something like not even related to
man,
that's hilarious.
The Google generated chat summaries are so bad. The one for PlayStation's State of Play, like that was like PR damagingly bad. It said something like players are discussing PlayStation State of Play and complaining about all the games being woke or something like that.
Yeah.
It was like, oh my god. I noticed, by the way, that Xbox turned off the chat replay to block the summaries coming up, which is funny.
And let me get to some of these super chats, shall we?
We don't. Yeah,
What?
sure. We don't get the chat summaries in Europe because they're banned. They're illegal.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, the EU's AI laws probably going to put the country behind America by 50, 60 years. Probably.
Speaking of laws, I saw Steven Totillo say this yesterday, but there's some, like, I think the governor of California, he wants to have it changed so if you're buying a game on Steam or PlayStation or Xbox and Nintendo and it's a digital title, you can't use the words buy or purchase because you're just licensing something. So it'd have to change it to something different.
Don't tell him about discs because they also have terms and conditions as well.
True, but I thought that was because, and I think it started because of the PlayStation Discovery stuff where people's things they purchased were just suddenly gone.
The Crew. It was about Ubisoft deleted the Crew from the PlayStation Store, and so. I mean, it makes sense to me. I mean, when you buy things on PlayStation, Steam, or whatever, digitally, you don't really own it. To be honest, you don't even own it when you buy it on disc. There's terms and conditions with that as well. And like they even say like they can revoke your access remotely. Like for example, if you have your console bricked, obviously you can't play the game then. But like they have terms and conditions attached to them as well. I think like it's a good thing for consumers that they'll be educated more on this kind of shit as a result of this legislation. But yeah.
We have the one and only Mr. Conspiracy himself, Everborn Saga, with the $5 super chat says, what happens first? Everborn finishes Rhythm of War or Jez rolls credits on Persona 5? Also, only 10 days left on the Everborn Kickstarter. That's right. You gotta go out there and support Everborn on his Kickstarter. We had him on Xbox 2+1 earlier in the month. It was a really great discussion. But as for his question, will he finish Rhythm of War or Jez will finish Persona 5. Which happens first? Well, Jez is never going to finish Persona 5.
I will finish
No,
Persona
you won't.
5.
No, you won't.
I will.
Definitely not
I
this
will, I
year.
promise.
For sure, not this year.
May.
I don't think so.
Could
I
I
don't
finish
think so.
it this year?
I mean, it's basically
Maybe.
October, bro. You got
Is it
the
October?
Diablo 4 expansion coming soon. There's a whole bunch of stuff, right? Probably another World of Warcraft thing. Either way. Everborn's been trying to finish Wither War for a while, which is Book 4 in the Stormlight Archive, to get prepared for Book 5 in the Stormlight Archive, which comes out on December 6th.
You gotta reach out to that publisher and get a sponsorship deal, man. We talk more about fucking
Brandon
Stormlight
Sanderson,
Archive and
please.
Brad Anderson, Mr. Anderson, whatever he's called. Oh, that's the Matrix.
It's the thing I've been looking forward to the most this entire year. Put
More
video
so
games,
than-
more so than any video game, Book 5 of the Stormlight Archive. Anybody who reads it knows exactly what I'm talking about. Can't wait. The end of the first arc. But yeah, I don't know. Everborn, you need to finish
manga version. They released a manga version of it. Would you read it backwards?
Yeah. James Wiseau with the 1999. He says, it's a shame about Ubisoft. I would be the first to say that their games of recent have bored me, but I absolutely loved Outlaws. Prince of Persia was also fantastic this year. Prince of Persia was amazing. I just downloaded the DLC. And I'm not someone who typically will go back to a game for DLC unless it's a game I really love. And Prince of Persia still might be, when I'm sitting there and think about like my game of the year, I still think Prince of Persia, I like Prince of Persia more than Astrobot and more than Warhammer and maybe more than Hellblade. So I downloaded the DLC, I bought it. I'm going to probably...
That's high praise.
There's just something about that game. It was incredible. But
you make me want to play it, bro. But then I look at my backlog and I think,
you look at the backlog. Let's talk about your favorite publisher, since James brought him up, Ubisoft, because holy shit, they are in a lot of trouble. They are in so much trouble. And it all stems around the fact that their stock price is down 60%, I think, year over year. It's at the lowest it's been in 12 years. The board is opening up an investigation into the company, which is never a good sign. The games they seem to put out don't seem to be selling very well. Like Star Wars Outlaws, by Ubisoft's own admission, had weak sales, which you could say is pretty surprising for a Star Wars game, right? Mm-hmm. And the reason this sort of all is kicking off is because Assassin's Creed Shadows, which is their big game releasing this fall, November 15th, had that prime holiday slot, got delayed to February 14th, I want to say. Yeah, February 14th. So very costly delay because you're moving from the holidays to early next year. You know, they've even had to kind of talk about the controversy surrounding Assassin's Creed. There's a lot of hate surrounding that game for, having a woman main character and a black main character as a samurai. Like, there's a lot of targeted hate towards Assassin's Creed and the developers and stuff, and they sort of even mentioned that, like, they don't want to push any agendas in their game, so they're sort of, they say, oh, you're not respecting Japanese culture and all that sort of stuff, right? There's a whole bunch of stuff surrounding it. And
it was Stephen Totillo on Threads had an interesting comment about that. It was like the fact that Ubisoft felt the need to address it probably means that it's having some material impact. Well, and they went and I think he asked them for a comment and they declined to comment, I think, off the top of my head.
Well, yeah, they said that basically the reason they delayed it was because they learned from Star Wars Outlaws, because Star Wars Outlaws launched sort of buggy, and they're supposed to be fixing it. Like some people didn't enjoy the stealth mechanics, like hard the stealth was in the beginning, stealth was, which they're supposed to fix, but it did have a lot of bugs. And they're like, oh, we want to avoid that situation with this game. And, Ubisoft games, when they launch, usually have bugs. I mean, big open world games typically sometimes do have those things. So like, we're going to move it. And, not only did they move it, but also they're bringing it back to Steam. Right? This is going to be their first game we're launching day one on Steam in a long time, which is a good thing because that can only be a good thing. But also, they're getting rid of battle passes for this game, which I thought was odd. And they said that anybody who pre-orders the game gets the first expansion for free. And it was like, okay, so you put yourself in their shoes. Apparently, there was supposed to be a press preview that was supposed to be happening sometime next month, early next month, first, originally, Shadows was supposed to be at Tokyo Game Show, and then they said it wasn't going to be there. And then there were press previews supposed to happen early next month. Those were canceled. And they're like, well, the game's supposed to be coming out. Like, what's going on? Is the game going to get delayed? Then the game gets delayed. And they say, hey, we want to polish the game, so we don't want to end it up like Star Wars Outlaws, which is a whole other can of worms, right?
A lot of worms.
And you look at, like, is it because the pre-order numbers for Shadows are bad? Like, one would think, okay, if they're delaying it for polish, the game's just not ready, and they don't want... They need the game to be a success, right? You can't launch Assassin's Creed Shadows and have it be a failure because they're probably expecting that game to do a lot of heavy lifting in the future. Like Valhalla Valhalla was their biggest and most successful Assassin's Creed ever. It's like their biggest franchise. And they're
Valhalla had a huge tail as well.
Yeah,
really
but I mean,
tail.
There's probably a lot riding on Shadows, and it really seems like a lot of the conversation around that game is very, very negative. And it's like, okay, we're going to delay it. But then it's like, when I saw that they're giving anybody who pre-ordered it the first expansion for free, my initial thought was, okay, pre-orders must be terrible. Because if you're giving away the first expansion for free, then it's
Yes.
if you're trying to grease the wheels to get people to pre-order something, then like those pre-orders must be pretty bad. Bringing it to Steam when they probably weren't planning on doing that either is also probably a sign of like, hey, we need the revenue from this as well. Like, you know what I mean? Because you would figure, though, that would have already been announced. If it was actually planned originally to come to Steam, then those announcements would have been made months and months and months ago. Instead, they're waiting until now for it to get delayed. So it just points to a game that might be a gigantic failure in terms of like commercial success based on everything surrounding it. And then you have the company itself and its stock price and the board launching an investigation. I have this feeling that Ubisoft's going to be sold to somebody in the future. Whether it's Tencent, whether it's the Saudis, whether it's a private equity firm. Somebody, I don't think Yves Guillemot is going to retain control of that company for long.
I don't think so either.
I think he's either going to be ousted or he's going to sell. And maybe it seems for the better because Ubisoft at one point during the 360 generation was one of the best publishers out there. And everybody sort of copied the type of games that they made and excelled at to the point where it made Ubisoft's games formulaic. Right? Because everybody was doing the Ubisoft formula, so it made Ubisoft's own games formulaic. And then it was just like... And the thing is like their games can be pretty good. Like Prince of Persia Lost Crown was fantastic and is a Game of the Year contender, but I don't think anybody bought it. I mean, I don't think people really buy Metroidvanias like that anyways. Really? Maybe if they ever made a Mario Metroidvania game and sells 20 million copies, people might be like, oh my god, Metroidvanias are awesome. But usually when you look at Metroidvanias, I mean, Metroid doesn't sell particularly very well, especially in comparison to its bigger brothers like Mario and Zelda and stuff. I think people don't really care for Metroidvanias on that level. And then you look at Star Wars Outlaws, and like, how does the Star Wars game fail? I did see Christopher Dring say that Europe sales for Star Wars Outlaws were 50% lower than Star Wars Jedi Survivor. And you're like, God, did they really just screw up the Star Wars brand? I know Avatar didn't sell well, you know?
The thing, one of my issues, like, with Ubisoft, and, you know, and as much as I clown on Ubisoft, their games are like, when you look at games like Assassin's Creed Valhalla, or even like Odyssey or Origins, you can feel the amount of technical skill that goes into those games. They're Origins like had some performance issues at launch, but at the time when it launched, I remember thinking this is one of the most gorgeous games I've ever played. And I remember thinking that about previous Assassin's Creed games. It was like, oh, this is a milestone for visuals on this system. You know, and I remember like when the Xbox Series X and S um review program rolled around, one of the games they sent out people to test it with was Watch Dogs Legion, which again, a stunning recreation of London, right down to the filth, you know. But there's something about Ubisoft games that is difficult to express in words. But the issue with Ubisoft games is that the editorial process. The games just feel flat, unexciting, and formulaic, samey, for lack of a better word. Like, you know exactly what you're getting with the Ubisoft game. And Ubisoft have very aggressively curated an expectation around the delivery of its games, where it's like, I know exactly what this game is going to be because there's a big Ubisoft symbol on it. One of the things that I think has harmed Ubisoft in recent years to some degree, they always slap Ubisoft Original on their games. And I don't think that's as good of a brand as they think it is, to be honest. I mean, it's great to be proud of your company or whatever, sure, but I think when people say, look at a game, and then say, oh, it's Ubisoft, people have strong assumptions about what kind of game it's going to be because they've become so formulaic as a company. And for a while, it felt like Ubisoft had acknowledged that and started to try doing different things, And of course, Ubisoft has some racing games. They make, shooters and stuff like that. But their open world games, they're known for open world games at the end of the day. And I think people are super fatigued with that formula. They've made it fatiguing in Far Cry. Like I can't imagine feeling like playing Far Cry anytime soon. They made it formulaic in Ubisoft, where they just sort of threw everything like a checklist at the game's editorial direction. And then you just think, well, this is just going to be a Ubisoft game with a Star Wars skin on it. So it's really got to do something special from the editorial side. And from what I played, it doesn't really. It felt flat. I put about 2 or 3 hours into Outlaws, and I don't have the luxury of time. Like we were talking earlier about how backlogs are insane. There's so much cool stuff to play right now. If a game still hasn't really hooked me within 2 or 3 hours, I'm just not going to be able to have the time to put in more into it unless I'm writing a review of it. And I just wasn't, and I didn't write a review because I had a suspicion that this game would be a Ubisoft game and that maybe someone else should handle it if they like Ubisoft games. I don't know. But I think Ubisoft has created a perception around its entire company to the point where people won't even overlook that for the Star Wars brand. Where it's like, oh, I love Star Wars, but it's Ubisoft, And I think part of that is also how they've trained people to not buy games at launch because of the lack of polish and wait for a price drop. It's like, and this is a problem not just in Ubisoft, but all AAA potentially, where it's like, there's a level of inconsistent quality, where it's like, well, I could get the game at launch for $70 when money's tight, or I could get the polished version next year with all the DLC, the complete edition, which A will probably be cheaper and B have more content and C be more polished. And I think Ubisoft and other publishers have trained people to feel like they don't need to buy things at launch anymore, And I think also like you could even go further and say like all these pre-order bonuses and confusion about what versions I need to buy to get everything, and then you look at it, it's like I think a lot of people are just like turned off by that as well. I think the lack of simplicity. Oh, and also things like, oh, it's not on Steam at launch, It gives you this sort of the lack of urgency of needing to buy a Ubisoft game is palpable. So I think there's a confluence of events here that have worked really against Ubisoft from an editorial perspective, if not technical perspective. And they're really starting to feel the pinch now. I think Ubisoft is a cautionary tale for all publishers.
Well,
I think they're a cautionary tale from a technical perspective, from a business perspective, from an editorial direction. Everything about Ubisoft's operation screams of bloat, not reacting to industry trends fast enough, and also not taking enough care with their editorial direction and also the QA direction, you know. Like, to me, it blows my mind, right? They've squandered franchises like The Division, for example, where they were like, oh, we canceling, we're not doing any more DLC. And then they pivot and like, oh, actually, we are doing DLC. Even me, right? I don't know what the status of Division is right now. Did they ever release that expansion they were going to release? I have no idea. I haven't been following it close enough to know. But like, I feel like they've. If I don't know, then the general audience probably doesn't know. All this kind of stuff, and also pulling the crew from sale, that kind of gives you the perception of like, man, I really shouldn't buy a Ubisoft game if they're going to do shit like that, you know. And I know racing games often have that issue. I really think it's a confluence of events that just worked against Ubisoft here. But
Well, I
I
mean,
don't know if you
even
feel differently.
Tom Henderson was reporting X Defiant was sort of.
Yeah, Tom Henderson's in the chat, by the way,
Oh, is he?
and
How's it going, Mr. Henderson?
he said Star Wars Outlaws sales are not terrible, but not great. So, I mean, I would argue that if they're not great for a publisher in 2024, they're pretty much terrible. Because like if you spent money to make nothing, especially when you're talking hundreds of millions of dollars.
I don't think Star Wars Outlaws ever really showed off well. And you know,
it didn't look fun.
The reviews didn't help because the reviewers were given maybe like a week to. They weren't given a lot of time to play through the game.
And it was buggy.
To see what was that. Plus, I sort of feel like the Star Wars fantasy that people want is exactly what Star Wars Jedi Survivor gives them. They want to be a Jedi or a Sith. They want to be able to use the Force powers to, kill people. They want to use the lightsaber. They want to be a Jedi. Who really wants to be just a regular bounty hunter? Because at that point, it's like just like any other open world game, just with a Star Wars skin on top of it. At least with Star Wars Jedi Survivor and Fallen Order, you're playing the fantasy that we all got to play out when we were kids, seeing Star Wars for the first time.
Well, this is the thing, you see, right? Because, and I completely agree with you that most people want to play as a Jedi, but I'm someone who does want to play as a smuggler or a bounty hunter. When I played Star Wars: The Old Republic, I chose a bounty hunter because I love Boba Fett, and that's my jam, right? I love Han Solo. So when I first saw Ubisoft Outlaws, honestly, I had a positive reaction to it. I was like, this might be the game. I think I even said this on the podcast. Yeah. This might be the game that, and I even considered writing an article on it. And I'm kind of glad I didn't now. But I wanted to write something like, this might be the game that pulls me back to Ubisoft. But then when you actually play it, it's so PG, man. And I kind of feel like when you're doing smugglers and the underworld, it needs to be more like Rogue One. It needs to be darker and a bit more gritty. And I have no idea if the game does get darker and gritty. And I like Nyx, the little cute little thing, basically the toy.
Uh-huh.
They made Nyx so they could
cute
sell
little thing that they always make for Star Wars stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a furry Mudkips basically, And every Star Wars seems to have like a toy that can market or sell, whatever. But that's fine. But I kind of feel like I want it to be dark and gritty. I don't want to. There's just some things about it that bug me. Like, for example, the stealth kills. They're not really kills. You punch a stormtrooper in the face when he's got his helmet on. That wouldn't knock him out.
And they're so slow.
Break your
they're
fucking hand.
So fucking slow too. The animations. It's like she's taking her time. It's like when you do stealth like that, it's gotta be quick. It's gotta be super quick. But she takes her time.
It's gotta be quick and it's gotta be violent. She should fucking stick a vibra blade in their throat. She shouldn't punch the plasteel helmet and break a fucking hand. Everything about it is weird from a stealth perspective, I think. And maybe they were stuck in between a rock and a hard place. Maybe Disney was like, "Oh, this has to be team rated, whatever."
Yeah, and I'm sure
that doesn't appeal to me, man. Like when I played Star Star Wars: The Old Republic back in the day, I felt like the Bounty Hunter campaign in that was darker than what they've delivered in the first few hours of Star Wars Outlaws. So I don't know, maybe that's a taste thing, probably. So like, if you are sort of saying like, okay, well, most people want to play as a Jedi, they're fucked up there. But the people who do want to play as a smuggler or a bounty hunter, they aren't being served very well either, because they're not giving you that gangster kind of, I hesitate to say it, but GTA in space. The game could have been. It could have been more of a like, I'm a criminal and I'm going to do criminal things. I'm not going to be a Robin Hood kind of character. I'm not going to punch a stormtrooper in the face with a helmet on. I'm going to stab him in the throat with this little mini lightsaber or something. There's like a million ways they could have made the game more interesting from a combat perspective as well. And I don't know, it just felt like disappointment sandwich for me.
Yeah,
But that's Ubisoft. That could sum up all of Ubisoft, is a disappointment sandwich. And it's weird because I skipped Valhalla because I was so fatigued with everything else I've done. But everyone who has played Valhalla, and I speak to them, they all tell me how good it is, and I'm just like, I don't want to play it because I'm so bored of Ubisoft's format. They're in a rock and a hard place.
If Assassin's Creed Shadows doesn't do well, I don't know what Ubisoft's going to do, because it's not like they have any guaranteed surefire hits on the horizon. Beyond Good and Evil 2 ain't going to do shit if it ever comes out. I mean, I guess you could...
We haven't even talked about Skull and Bones, man.
Well, Skull and Bones is its own thing.
Bones.
You know, Far Cry 7 will come out, but, you know, will there be controversy surrounding Far Cry 7? I think there's also, 2 more Assassin's Creed games? Like, I forget the code names for them.
Oh, Tom Anderson knows. He leaked them.
Yeah, it was. Red, I think one of them's like.
No, it was Red, the Ninja game. I don't know.
Yeah, but even still, it's like, how do we get here, Ubisoft? I don't know. I really do think how this all ends up is they're gonna get sold, or somebody's gonna buy them, and it'll most likely be Tencent. And I know people will be like, well, what about Xbox or PlayStation or Nintendo? And Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo don't want 18,000 employees or whatever Ubisoft has currently. That's just way too many. You talk about like layoffs, you know, I don't know. I think that's how it all ends up. I hope Assassin's Creed Shadows is good. You know, from the gameplay trailers that I've seen of it, it does look super cool. I guess, granted, also now has to compete against Ghost of Yotei. Or Yotei.
Yeah, and even I seen a lot of people talking about that.
Yeah, even Yves kind of was asked about that, and he's like, no, there's space for 2 samurai games, which I agree with. And I don't know, I don't expect Ghost of Yotei to be launching early 2025 anyways, but I mean, maybe it is. So, I don't know. I mean, Ubisoft's got to do some soul searching. I remember at one point, I want to say it was Tom who had reported that they had like 6 battle royales in development or something.
Insane.
It was like all these battle royales in development, and all ended up getting canceled.
I'm really curious who's making some of these decisions.
All right, well, what is going on with that company? So
yeah, it's
hey, at least
wild,
Prince of Persia was great. Prince of Persia Game of the Year.
Well, this is what I think Ubisoft needs to do. They'll look at Prince of Persia in a vacuum, and fair play to them for putting out DLC, right? They'll look at Prince of Persia in a vacuum, and they'll think like, oh, the game didn't do super good for us. It didn't sell 100 billion copies or whatever. Hopefully, the game was profitable enough for it to, you know, at least made its money back. But I think what they should do is just more variety, more and more variety is what they need to do to break people's perception that all Ubisoft games are the same. And I felt like they were going in this direction that year. They did Child of Light. They also did Valiant Hearts, which was quite cool. You know, I really enjoyed Child of Light. You know, I completed Child of Light, you know. I do complete games sometimes. And they were doing these like smaller games, and I felt like Prince of Persia fits that mold as well, even though I haven't played it myself, so I'm part of the problem. But I don't know, man. I wouldn't like to be a mega publisher in this market. And Rand, on an ancillary kind of way.
Okay.
Because I know you're not as bullish as I am on the Xbox handheld. But I think games like Prince of Persia work better on a handheld because people will gravitate towards them instead of the big AAAs because they'll run better, they'll have better battery life, all that kind of stuff will perform better if there's a handheld option. So I think like if we live in a universe where Sony and Xbox have handhelds, I think games like Prince of Persia would shine more, because I tried running Black Myth Wukong on my Lenovo Legion Go. Doesn't run that well. Like I put frame generation on there as well. It introduces latency, which the game's combat is quite tight. I was stuck on a boss on my Lenovo Legion Go, and I was like, I wonder if it's the controller, the inputs that are making me shit here. Lo and behold, I installed it on my laptop and I did the boss in one try because it was, and maybe it's a placebo effect or something, but the game just doesn't run that well on a handheld, and that's fine. But there are different kinds of games I want to play on a handheld, and this is why I think sometimes with the Nintendo Switch, you've had a lot of indie devs saying like, "Oh, our game performs so much better on Nintendo Switch than it did on PlayStation and Xbox," and it's like, well, yeah, because you don't have to compete with Call of Duty on Nintendo Switch, although you will next time round. So, I don't know. There's a lot of facets to this, and I think the industry's gonna struggle more before we get back to normal. But I'm gonna say it, Rand. I'm gonna say it, dude.
What are you gonna say?
It is what it
Oh
is.
Jesus.
It is what it is. I'm gonna get that printed on a fucking t-shirt, man.
Yeah, I don't know, man. At one point, people really liked Ubisoft, and then you look at them now, and I think a lot of people just
Don't know.
they're just graded on a different scale than other ones. I think I don't know. So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I was planning on maybe playing Star Wars Outlaws. I stopped because I was just like, this is kind of boring. They're going to do a whole bunch of improvements for it. They announced the roadmap for all the things they're doing with that game. So I might take a wait and see approach with that and be like, I'll come back to it after a few updates and be like, okay, maybe it's better. Because I have heard from people that it gets significantly better like 10 hours in. After you get past after you get past a certain point that the game becomes better, but at that point,
this is my issue again, and this works against Ubisoft. They are training you to wait.
I know
they're training you to wait for it to be updated. They're training you to wait for a sale. I'm gonna play Outlaws once they've updated it. Oh man, the industry's cooked, bro. Cooked.
Anyways, let's take another super chat here. We got one from Glitch for 10. It says, first time sending a super chat. I always enjoy you guys talk. Wanted
Thanks
to
so much.
gloat a little that I managed to get the 30th anniversary Pro. Sold my Xbox and PS5 today. Wow, you got a unicorn. Congratulations. Not many people were able to get a 30th anniversary Pro. I don't understand why Sony didn't make more of those. Right? Like 12,300 is, I think, the number they made. And it seemed like everybody wanted that. Like, if they would have made 100,000 of those, they probably still would have sold. Maybe they probably still would have sold them all. I don't know.
I agree. They would have sold them.
Is there a reason for why they only made so many? Like, is there some sort of, I don't know. I don't want to say law or something to say like we only can make this much or only are going to make this much. Was it kind of one of those things where it's like, we're going to put this on sale at the same time as the regular PS5 Pro, so people that are wanting to buy this really expensive version don't get it, and they're like, well, since I'm here, I might as well pre-order the regular PS5 Pro. I mean, I don't know if that flies, but...
I saw it was funny, by the way. A YouTuber was taking some stuff we said out of context the other day and trying to say that we contradicted ourselves because we said we wouldn't buy the PS5 Pro, but we would buy an Xbox Series X Pro. And then clipped out the part where we explained, well, that's because we own no PlayStation games, really.
Well, I mean,
and it was actually in support of PlayStation's decision to make one, because it was like, well, yeah, fans will buy it. So why not make one? Fans want it, and clearly fans wanted this grey, nostalgia version. Even when I saw that, I've still got my PS1. I actually played on it this year. I finished. I played through Silent Hill 1 this year, randomly. You know, like and I played it on my PS1. It still works flawlessly. They don't make them like that anymore. And when I saw that limited edition PlayStation 5 Pro, I was like, shit, is that the PlayStation 5 that I get? I eventually came to my senses because again, I don't want to buy a PlayStation for just a few games. But if I was a PlayStation fan, and had like an existing library of games, hell fucking yeah, I would have bought that. And I saw Jen on Twitter was saying like they should release a green translucent Xbox Series X, to celebrate the 25th anniversary. Like the OG Xbox that had the green translucent.
I mean, there was that article that we sort of discussed it last week, but where they said they are, planning things for the 25th anniversary of Xbox and Halo, right? Because they're so intertwined. 25th anniversary would be 2026. So I sort of wonder, is like, does that when you launch next gen? Do you launch next then on the 25th anniversary? Be like, here's the new next generation of Xbox. Here's a console and handheld. Do you, like, do some custom console thing that's really expensive? I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they could get away with that. Maybe they could, depending on how many they made. But I did see the thing, and it's funny because people will take and be like, look at these Xbox cope. They want the Pro so bad. And it's like, listen. I've said this since we first started talking about mid-gen refreshes like 2 years ago when Phil said they weren't going to do one. And I remember saying at the time, well, of course Phil's going to say that now. Even though like it ended up being true, like my whole position was, because I play everything on Xbox and I use it almost on a daily basis, that the cost is worth it to me. I can justify the cost because it's a product that I use every single day. The difference, though, is with the PlayStation 5, it's a product I use a couple times a year. And I can't justify to myself spending $700 on something that I only use a couple times a year. But yeah.
It's that simple.
It's that simple. And it's nothing as saying like, oh, it's just like, and you know what? I almost got hit by FOMO. I told you yesterday. I had the PS5. I at like 8 o'clock at night, I went to the PlayStation Direct website, and I could easily order the PS5 Pro, and I had it in my cart. In fact, about like 30 minutes before we went live today, I went back to the PlayStation Direct website and put the PS5 Pro in my cart. And I thought about checking out and buying it. And I sat there, it's like, well, $700. I was like, and I sat there and I'm like, but what am I going to play on this? Because any third-party game that is both on PlayStation or Xbox, even if it was better on PlayStation, I would still play on an Xbox. So realistically, the only games that I would play on PlayStation are the exclusives, which is why I bought the fucking thing in the first place, right? So it's like, okay, I might get 4 years out of this. I might play a couple games a year from Sony's first party. Maybe there might be some instances like a Silent Hill 2, which is exclusive for X amount of time, or like Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, which we already know how it looks different from the others. Like, so I was thinking, I'm like, okay, if I buy this, what am I going to use it for right away? And I was like, well, there's Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth because I haven't played it yet. And there's like all these other games, but as you know me, I'm not someone who typically replays games. I'll replay them all in a row. Like Resident Evil 4 is getting a PS5 Pro upgrade, but Resident Evil 4 is a game that I played 3 times in a row when it first came out. Like I do all my replays like right away, especially when I go after achievements if it's a game I truly love. So seeing all the improvements to all the games like in the backlog doesn't really interest me because I played a lot of them and I'm certainly not going to play them again. So I'm like, okay, well, I could get it for X, Y, or Z. But then I was like, well, I don't think so. And considering how easy it is to pre-order, if I change my mind in a couple weeks or whatever, when they go up on pre-order on Amazon and other places, or probably if I wanted to, I'd just get it then too. But the point I was trying to make was is I sort of wish Xbox was doing their own. And I talked to you about this last night in our DMs. Because I mean, I would love the idea of a system that basically was quality mode but 60 frames per second. Okay, that sounds great to me. It's a system I use every single day. Here's my $700. No questions asked. I get my money's worth out of it. I just not sure I would get my money's worth out of Pro, out of it being the PS5. And is that really such a hot take for someone to clip it and call us hypocrites or whatever? That seems pretty fucking mild in my opinion. It seems like you're only doing that because you need content for your shitty channel and you need to like talk shit and, you know, be like, oh, look at these two fucking idiots, these two fucking Xbots. They want this shit so bad. I don't know, like you know, leave the Saul content and all that stuff to like Alex or Fatinga, you know, people that actually know what they're doing and are good at their craft, and not like these wannabes that have no charisma and
no riz,
any of that other stuff.
Alex has got too much riz.
He's got way too much riz.
He's got all the riz. But this is the issue with this sort of like gotcha content is that some users, they have to cherry pick because they can't find anything good to actually bring up. And if they actually like debated the whole point, their arguments would not make any sense. So they have to do this sort of weird cherry picking thing and also hide behind a block and all this kind of stuff. That's why I don't do this kind of content, man.
No more blocks
because
on Twitter.
I don't
soon,
need. Bro. Well, apparently. But we don't need to do this kind of content because we fucking got actual opinions to have about things rather than reacting. Fucking cringe, man.
Yeah. Fighting D-Dog with 499 says, imagine a StarCraft strategy where you can zoom in and fight third person and then go back to tactical mode and control Armos. Okay. Face 23 BKNY with the 199 new Face would be in here somewhere because the PS5's coming out and Face loves it. I'm sure, I wonder if the super chat's about GTA 6 running at 60 frames on the Pro. He says GT7 and F124 running 8K 60 on the PS5 Pro is impressive. Do you have an 8K TV to take advantage of an 8K resolution? Face? You know, it's funny. Face was, somebody said, I remember when the PS5 Pro was sort of being hinted at, he said he was going to buy it for me. I'm waiting for that influx of money, Face, for you to buy me the Pro. I'm kidding. Moses with the 199 says, make Battlefield and Halo great again. Yeah, man, Battlefield. The next Battlefield game, all eyes are going to be on it because if they can't fix that for the next one, I don't know where the franchise goes after that. But Halo, I also wonder what the next Halo is going to be like. You know, someone sent me a rumor today, and these are one of these things that are always like, do you believe this? Is there any truth to this shit? And it's like, usually no. And it was, sources tell me that the next gen Xbox is going to be launching with Gears E-Day, the next Halo, and Forza Horizon 6.
Oh.
And the person asked me if it was legit. And I was like, sounds more like wishful thinking to me. But, you know, I'm super interested in what they're going to do for the next Halo. You know, like
down.
Where they go with the multiplayer, what do they do with the story?
Hey, that's another thing, Rand, about the StarCraft 2 shooter. Do you really need 2 sci-fi shooters in your roster? I don't think so. So I think like what you could do is
wait, what?
You could
2 sci-fi shooters? What's the second one?
StarCraft. You could shut the fuck up, Rand. You could give StarCraft to 343. Or actually, okay, you give the gameplay to 343 and make them a support studio for Blizzard, who writes the game.
Bro, there's
no more Halo
here's
needed.
the thing. You know what's more likely?
No more Halo needed.
You know what's more likely?
No more Halo needed. No more Halo.
You know what's more likely going to happen? that the StarCraft shooter gets canceled just like the other 2 StarCraft shooters. Third time's the charm, baby.
Fuck.
I'm just saying.
Shut up, man.
Does anybody need
shut up,
StarCraft in the year of our Lord 2030? What's that?
Violence.
Yeah.
Fucking violence. But, yeah.
Die, insect!
Ooh.
I got some weird samples.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Oh, man. That's me rage quitting. It's violence, bro.
Shout out to Ellie Bennett for becoming the new channel member. Appreciate you. Enjoy all the emotes. We have the Royce reports with the 5s that says, any word on revamping the Xbox achievement system? I mean, you always hear rumors about it. I mean, I think Special Nick reported on something recently. We've been down this rabbit hole so many times. I've had conversations with Phil. I've had conversations with Ybarra when Ybarra was still there. It's was gonna happen, and then it doesn't happen, and then it's actually gonna happen this time, and there's gonna be completions. Oh, there's not. I will not believe it until it actually happens, because priorities always change. The amount of times I've heard like, oh, it's actually happening this time, I could count those on, I think, 2 hands. It's always like, yeah, we're going to do it. We're going to do it.
How many hands you got?
No, man, we're not doing it. They should. They haven't done anything with achievements since 2016 when they added rarity and the rare achievements and stuff. They haven't done shit since then. And it's like something you could easily expand upon, expand outwards. And also, if you're looking to people to lock into a digital marketplace or digital ecosystem, having something like that is something you could easily do. But I think part of it is it's hard to really put into facts and figures and numbers and data about why you need to do this and how much money it would bring you. Because I think that's what they look at. Like, they'd be like, all right, well, if we do this and we spend this amount of time and we have this many people doing this, is it actually going to make us more money? And it's one of those things where it's like, well, maybe, but you can't realistically do that like you can with some other features, perhaps. So that's why it gets cut for other stuff. So, yeah. Dashwell Gordon with the 2 says, Jesus Christ, Rand, read Berserk. I will at one point. I will read Berserk. But,
driving me berserk that Rand doesn't read Berserk.
Yeah. RDX on effect with the $6.99. Jez, do we get a tease of the new Xbox gen this holiday or not? Till next year. It's very interesting how Xbox is going to navigate next gen. Love Xbox 2.
A lot of people bring this up because Sarah Bond said earlier in the year that they'd have hardware announcements later in the year. Now, could that have been the sparkly Xbox? Was that the hardware announcement? Because I know Microsoft thinks of those as a SKU. It's got more storage or whatever. So, like, could that be the hardware announcement she was talking about? And some people want to think like they're going to talk about truly next gen. Maybe to remind people that yes, there is a new Xbox coming, and the PS5 that they didn't compete with the PS5 Pro, whatever reason, not because they're getting out of the game. There was a lot of controversy last week because of, I think, a Saudi journalist, who's quite respected from what people tell me, put out there that Xbox is exiting the Middle East again. I spoke to my sources and they said that's not the case. So I think like maybe that's, a misinterpretation of maybe Xbox is, we heard Xbox was going to wind down some marketing stuff in the Middle East and Europe. Maybe that's like been misinterpreted as a full-blown exit. But there is some anxiety that, will Xbox even make a console next gen? They will, and they are, of course. But will they tease it this year? I mean, I have no idea personally if they will. And again, feel the grifters will probably clip this and take it as a leak or whatever. But I have no information about what Xbox, when, where, or when, or why Xbox has no hardware. So, but if I had to guess, I mean, the only realistic place you could expect it is maybe the Game Awards if it was going to be this year. But even then, it's like, is it too early? I would guess that maybe it is, but I honestly don't know. I mean, what's your thought process on this round? Because you often make.
Well, I mean, you did write
scarily
recently
good
in your
prediction.
article that your sources are telling you that Xbox's next gen will include a console and a handheld. That is
Yeah.
in Windows Central, and you always say
At least
if it's in the
console and handheld.
articles, there's a difference between like we talk about on the podcast versus you write it up on Windows Central,
Yeah.
right?
like we speculate on the podcast,
Well,
you know, and
sometimes
I
we
play devil's
do.
advocate.
Sometimes
like,
I'll tell people what's happening, but I'll frame it as a prediction.
Yeah,
you know?
well, you ruined that. But I just mean generally speaking, like if you know, if I know something, I'll, you know, if I can, I'll say it. I won't predict it and then claim that I was a genius like Rand.
I never claimed that I'm a genius. That's
what are you
lies. That's
talking
fake
about?
news.
I'm gonna share some DMs from just today where you literally said, "Jez, I'm just such a genius. I'm such a
I don't
genius."
know. Here's the thing about the console and the handheld. Now, Sarah did say what she said, and I don't know what she meant by it when she said it. And we know Xbox will say some things and then go back on it. And maybe plans change, and it's like, all right, well, we were planning on doing this in February, but we're no longer doing this, right? There is the Game Awards still to come. Do they run that a second time this year?
They've done hardware there before.
Are they
yeah.
still in tight with Keeley? I don't know. But if, like, because I've seen people say they need, like Gaz, when I was talking to Gaz, because I'll be on Gaz's podcast tomorrow, which will be very saucy, he thought they were going to reveal the handheld at the Tokyo Game Show. And I was like, why would you think that? He's like, well, other people were sort of thinking that too. And I sort of feel like it's too early to reveal the handheld. Now, I don't have any idea about time frame regarding any of these things, right? There's widely held common belief that Xbox's next gen is starting in 2026 with like the new handheld and console. I'm more of the opinion to say, if I had to really take a guess, I think the new console will be 2027, because the thought process is we need to get out before PlayStation and kind of separate ourselves from it. So we're going to launch early, because remember, all this stuff leaked. Microsoft plans leaked as part of the FTC shit.
Sure did.
And then they had to come out and say, well, that's not the true plans. Those were the plans, but they're obsolete now, right? And some of that's actually come true. Even though Microsoft is doing the diskless white Xbox Series X and this 2 terabyte one, you're of the opinion that that's not Brooklyn. Because Brooklyn was supposed to have some new stuff. They were supposed to have like new Wi-Fi and new whatever else. Even
it was pitched with Bluetooth even.
Right, and even it was
no
also
Xbox uses
supposed
right
to
now.
have the new controller, Project Sebel, which has the haptics. But clearly, that's not happening. So some of the plans were changed, even though we saw the documents that said no, this stuff is funded. So maybe they changed their plans. But the big thing was that the next console was supposed to be like cloud-based, coming in 2028. And they were potentially examining like working with ARM instead of AMD and all these sort of things. But then they said that wasn't the real thing. And then you started hearing from like AMD insiders or what have you that, no, it's 2026. Okay, you launch early, separate yourself from PlayStation. Kind of like how Nintendo does. And Nintendo does their own thing and they launch whenever they want. And it's not really like conjoined at the hip like PlayStation and Xbox are conjoined at the hip and everything basically.
Mm-hmm.
So you move away from that, but even still, I think 2026 is pretty like optimistic, pretty aggressive. I don't know. I feel like 2027 is probably more like for the console. And what I mean by this is if you're planning on launching a console and a handheld, and that's your offerings, right? The Series X successor is going to be this console. However much PC based it is, yet to be seen. Whether or not it has Steam and all these other stores on it, right? Yet to be seen. But then you're also launching a handheld. Now, is that going to be Windows based? Is it going to be console based? Whatever, right? Yet to be seen. But if those are the two things that you're doing, I wonder if it's smart to break them up. And what I mean by that is
Stagger the launches.
Stagger the launches because let's just say you run the new console, and it's $599, because that's what I think like next gen's going to start at. It's going to start at $599, and then you have this handheld that's, I don't know, let's just say for shits and giggles it's $499, right? Do you really want to launch both those products at the same time and make people pick and choose which one they want to pick up? Or could you stagger the launch and say, hey, you know, we're going to launch the handheld in 2026. It's $499. It's brand new. It's something you guys asked for. How many people would buy the handheld, and then when they launch the console the next year, also then buy the console because it's a year later? So instead of like I need to spend $1,000 at once to get both these products, now I can stagger my purchases. Is that a better way of doing it? Giving the shine to the handheld for a certain amount of time, being like, hey, get it, enjoy it, you know, blah, 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 and then, the console's coming later? I don't know. It's just my speculation. I don't have a clue about what they're going to do. Maybe they launch them at the same time, but I sort of feel like a handheld coming out next year is a bit too early still.
Yeah, I agree.
So,
I think your takes on the money is something I tend to agree with. But hey, you know, Microsoft has this stuff in place, and if you want an idea of what the handheld's going to look like, you only need to download the Xbox Game Bar on PC and look at compact mode, because that's basically the work in progress UI for the handheld. So, you know, it's they're working on it, you know, and what form it's going to take, I'm not entirely sure, but one thing I do expect is that it will run your current Xbox library of games. Obviously within reason. I mean, some stuff, if it's like a super high-end game that isn't very well optimized for it, there'll probably be some caveats there. But I think the idea is to, you know, enable at least games that will work, that you currently own on that system. So it won't be like you know, it won't, I think it will be more Windows-based than previously, but it's going to also bring what you've got along with you, which is where Sarah's, you know, forwards compatibility efforts come in, right? So that's what I expect anyway. But like Rand said, plans can change. You know, Surface Mini, remember that whole bullshit shenanigans?
yeah.
Surface Mini was going to retailers and they've shipped, but Microsoft recalled them all for some reason. I'd really love to know why that happened. I wonder if there was something. Maybe they exploded, like the. Remember the Samsung Galaxy Note 7? Remember that whole drama from a few years ago? Yeah, I don't know. Samsung Galaxy Notes, when they're exploding on planes and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I do know what you're talking about with that. Let's see here. We have Jimmy the Gamer with the 5. Jez, have you watched the anime film called Perfect Blue? It's a psychological thriller about a pop idol, and it's amazing.
Yes, I am a huge fan of Satoshi Kon. I think the guy's a genius. And also, you might be interested to know that Darren Aronofsky ripped off Perfect Blue twice.
Yeah.
He ripped it off for Black Swan, and he also ripped it off for Requiem for a Dream. And he actually
Requiem
had to
for
pay...
a Dream is such a great film.
Yeah, but he was ripped off from, or at least he ripped off a scene from Perfect Blue, the anime movie, shot for shot, and thought he'd get away with it. So I lost.
What shot?
Where can't remember the actress's name, but she's in the bath. She screams in the bath.
Oh, Jennifer Connelly?
Jennifer Connelly, yeah. He ripped that scene off, shot for shot, angle for angle, from Perfect Blue. And they called him out, and he had to pay some royalties to Satoshi Kon for it. And then the Black Swan is basically a retelling of Perfect Blue, but about a ballerina.
I thought you were gonna say like he ripped off like the scene that was that
no
ass to ass.
No,
I thought
Rand's
that's what
demonetized.
I'm like, what scene is he talking about? And he's like, oh,
well,
I know.
shit like that happens in Perfect Blue, so you know, it pisses me off. Yeah, so I just went on a rant there about Perfect Blue. Great movie, great director. And also, they ripped off another one of his movies for Inception, Paprika, which is literally the same plot. They ripped it off for Inception. And but the best thing he ever did was Paranoia Agent. Paranoia Agent is so good, so fucking good TV show. You'd like that, Rand, actually.
Yeah.
It's like it's psychological thriller. It's fucking crazy, that movie. Fucking not movie, TV. It's a series. It's like a limited series. It's fucking crazy. But also Tokyo Godfather is great. I just got to rant. I love Satoshi Kon. I love Perfect Blue. He's actually one of the first anime films I ever saw. So yeah, watch Perfect Blue.
Requiem for a Dream, for anybody who hasn't watched it, it's one of the greatest films ever. But it's also one of those
Greatest
films.
rip-offs ever.
It's also one of those films that you see once and never ever want to see again. It is so incredibly depressing. Like Jared Leto's great in it. Marlon Wayans is great in it. Jennifer Connelly's great in it. I forget
Even Jared Leto is pretty great in it.
Yeah, I forget
It's a good movie.
Ellen Bernstein is fantastic in it, and it's just one of the most depressing movies. You'll be thankful that your life's not as screwed up as their lives.
It's like yeah,
but
it's
you'll
like
watch that movie.
It's a collection of
and you'll watch that movie and you'll feel so much better about yourself and your life, and two, you'll be like,
feel really
I
bad
never want to see this movie ever again, even though it's amazing. It's just
also a ripoff.
RDX on a Fat with the $13.99. This anti-woke stuff is getting so dumb they can't even define woke. It's just outrage bait. The problem is games cost a lot and people don't have money to waste on every game that comes out.
Yeah, the whole discussion around that stuff is so toxic, and I hate when people bring it up. It's just ridiculous. I don't care about any of it. So, don't bring it up in here because I'll just ban you because I don't care about any of it. It's gotten to the point now where I saw a tweet the other day where someone was saying Unreal Engine is woke. Unreal Engine.
Yes.
The fucking engine is woke. And I'm just like, what the fuck? People are just online way too much, man. Everything is woke now. It's like, if I don't like it, then it's woke. And it's just like, shut the fuck up and go and touch some grass. And that is no inference on anything to do with politics or opinions on the editorial direction of games or anything. It's just gotten to the point where it's like, if I don't like it, then it's woke. And then I'm going to use the buzzword woke, and then I'll have an army of people who back me up.
From a YouTuber that was before Warhammer was a success. It was Warhammer.
Oh, yeah.
Warhammer's woke and it's going to fail. And then after the success, it was like Warhammer shows these other woke things why it's successful. It's like there's no integrity.
Dude,
it's
there's
just,
no shame.
It's
no
just,
shame.
Yeah, and it's not. And Warhammer's not the first one that happened with where they're positioning it as that. It's happened with other things like that.
Saying it's woke one week and then the next week saying it's not woke. It's like, it's just crazy, man. It's just so cringe. So over it, man.
Chris R.
So
with the 5.
Don't bring it up here because I don't give a fuck.
Are people just learning Ubisoft is bad? Many of their games have been incredibly buggy crash grabs for years. Release a polished game for once. Yeah, that's also a factor. A lot of people don't think that they release feature complete games and have a lot of issues, and people are just had enough of it and like, you know what? I'm gonna wait. And sometimes you wonder if the increased price has a factor in it. It's like, dude, I don't want to buy this, but when you've been burned 1, 2, 3, 4 times, you're just gonna be like, you know what? Screw Ubisoft or screw whoever's for putting this out. Alvin with the 2 says, would Ubisoft selling cost them the ABK stream rights? No, I would imagine the stream rights would go to whoever would buy ABK or whoever would buy Ubisoft, and then that would be an interesting thing, because you would imagine, hypothetically, if Sony were to buy Ubisoft, would the CMA allow them to buy it because they would get the ABK stream rights, or would they have to divest that and then sell the ABK stream rights to somebody else? Because if the CMA was worried about Xbox having monopoly in the cloud gaming sphere with ABK stuff, then certainly they would probably have a problem with Sony having it, right? So you would think that, but maybe the plan comes together. Wouldn't that be hilarious, right? Microsoft sells the stream rights to ABK to Ubisoft, and then Ubisoft ends up selling to PlayStation a couple years later, and now PlayStation has the stream rights to ABK, and none of the regulators find an issue with that. Wouldn't that be something of how that all ends up? You know?
Yeah. I mean, part of it is because Microsoft's a massive company, and it's like, do you really want to give them more power? You know, and I realize PlayStation is the market leader, right? But Microsoft's a massive company, and it's like there has to be a bit more scrutiny about that. But the scrutiny shouldn't be like, oh, Microsoft has too much power. It should be like, is this good or worse for consumers? And I think that's where some of these regulators get completely confused and lost when it comes to debating some of this shit, because I'm sorry, the CMA got the cloud stuff really wrong. They got that shit really, really wrong. And I think consumers are only going to suffer from the way they've structured that shit. Because I'm telling you something now, when Ubisoft comes out with its cloud gaming service, it's going to be fucking trash. Going to be absolute garbage. It's going to be laggy as fuck. It's going to be Temu xCloud, you know. And it's dumb because it's like, why would I use Ubisoft's cloud over Nvidia GeForce Now, which already has the licenses for all this shit as well anyway? So, yeah, regulators can be aggressively dumb. But
Yeah.
what can you do?
We have Fantasticals with the 10. Good day, guys. The day I randomly decided to rewatch the Soul Reaver 2 trailer that is 2 decades old is the same day they dropped the trailer for the remaster. Coincidences are scary sometimes. Yeah,
You know, it's really, when you get really scary coincidences,
like what?
is when you're an Instagram user. That's when you get really scary coincidences. And I'll tell you why.
Why?
You'll be talking to your girlfriend in real life about something completely fucking random. Like, oh, I've noticed I've started getting a lot of wrist pain lately because I've been playing too much fucking Warcraft.
Okay.
So now my mouse arm hurts. And then you'll go on Instagram the next day and it's like, boom. Never before offered you ads for this, but now it's offering you ads for like wrist rests and shit like that. It's like, hang on a sec. How did Instagram know I was having a conversation about fucking wrist pain? That's a bit spooky, isn't it?
Because even though your phone's listening, bro.
Listening, bro. They know everything.
Well, the
Instagram,
thing is like,
Zuckerberg
how do you
knows
get
everything.
ads for something when you don't even speak it into existence? You're just thinking it. Huh? Those are the trippy ones.
Whoa.
Where you're like,
Musk's Neuralink knows what you're thinking and then just offers you ads for it. In fact, it doesn't even bother offering you ads for it. It just orders it straight onto your Amazon account.
You know, speaking of, I want to briefly just mention this deja vu, right? Has anybody in chat had a case of deja vu where you ever and what I mean by that is you see something or something happens to you that you could have sworn you've seen before?
Yeah.
I'll get that from time to time. While I'll be sitting there, it'll be like the last time I had it was like a conversation I had with my dad and my sister. And I was sitting there and they were talking and I literally just sat there and I'm like, I've heard this conversation before somewhere. I've experienced this before. I know I've done this before. And it happens to me.
That's normal, dude. It happens all the time.
Yeah, but I've asked other people that and they're like, no, not really. But there are some times where it is really strong while I'll sit there and I'm just like, I can picture the moment I saw this image happen that I'm currently seeing, and I'm like, bro, I'll be like, I've seen this before. What is going on?
You've seen The Matrix, right?
I don't know, man. It's some spooky shit.
No,
like
but you've
when
seen
it's
The
like
Matrix,
legit,
right?
like there was this one time something legitimately happened that I could have sworn I saw before, to the point where I started to get like goosebumps all over my body.
Oh shit!
Like it was one of those like.
No, that's never happened to me before.
Where it was just like I know I've experienced this before. I've seen this before in the past, and like the hair on my arms were like completely standing up, like I had like, static electricity or something. It was one of the weirdest experiences I've ever had in my life. And no, I wasn't on drugs. I don't do drugs. But yeah. Tyler says StarCraft shooter news, Rand. We talked about that earlier in the show. So we already talked about Xbox Tokyo Game Show. Dark Fox says, real deja vu is going to someplace you never went and knowing the space. Yeah.
That is spooky too.
It happened when Indiana Jones was announced on PS5. That's funny. That's funny.
That is funny.
All right, let's see. We got some
funny.
more of these.
But
Chat,
have you
chat
seen The
summary.
Matrix?
Viewers are discussing next-gen consoles, particularly the Xbox Series X and PlayStation 5, comparing their power, features, and pricing. Well, at least we're not talking about anime and manga anymore.
It's meant to be a glitch in the Matrix when you get deja vu, remember?
Yeah, I know. Well, that's with the black cat, and it kind of glitches, and you see the same black cat. Yeah.
Black Cat, yeah.
Donataka with the 10. How can Ubisoft get more diverse than a Mario Tactics RPG, a Metroidvania, an open-world racer, a 4X strategy game, a classic AC game, a close quarters FPS, a pirate sim, and Valiant Hearts 2?
They also have to be good. So that's the caveat there. Like Skull and Bones was not good. It was not a good game. And I'm someone who likes grindy, Diablo-esque game, because that's basically what it is. It's Diablo with pirate ships. That's kind of what they were going for. It's not good. It doesn't work. It just does not fucking work. So the games, they have to be varied, and they also have to be good. And also, Mario Rabbids was only on Switch, and I ain't touching Switch. And their issues are on AAA platforms where that game doesn't exist. So like, if you're someone who, is not buying Star Wars Outlaws, which isn't on Switch, as far as I know, then you have no experience of the variety of Rabbids. And didn't they just close the studio that made the Rayman games? I want to say, or did I imagine that? Am I having deja vu now? I don't know.
You might be. I don't know. Did they?
I don't know. I want to imagine.
But Don, all those games, all that diversity, and their stock price is at a 12-year low. What does that say?
It's got to be diversity on the AAA level.
Yeah, but I mean, nobody cares about Valiant Hearts 2. Mario Tactics RPG. Pfft.
And they also make the Anno games, which I've never personally played, but I've heard they're pretty good.
And Crew Motorfest, nobody played. I mean, it didn't review well, even though I loved Crew Motorfest. So
okay, so the Rayman Legends team just made Prince of Persia. Well, is it the Trials team then? I'm sure I read they shut down the studio, but maybe I'm getting them mixed up with someone else. There's so much fucking.
Well, there's probably when
we
talked about Ubisoft, we forgot to mention there's probably going to be more layoffs incoming, especially if these games don't do well. BT
I spoke
Maverick.
to someone who I'll just say I spoke to someone who would be impacted, and they told me that they're expecting layoff news by the end of October. That just their pessimism, not necessarily like a leak or anything. They just that's what they're expecting. So yeah,
we got
I think
BT Maverick
the mood over there is not good right now.
with a 5. He says, Rand, do you see any point of buying an $800 PS6 with no drive stand if all of Sony games will be available on your 4090 PC within a year to day and date? Yeah, but I mean, I'm a console guy, and I don't know. I mean, I might be forever a console guy. At some point, maybe at a side PC is where I would go, and what I would want. And I know, like, Jez has already made fun of me because of the 5090 specs, leaked out, and Jez is like, oh, Rand's gonna buy this and have it as his doorstop or whatever. It's this big hooch thing.
Well, that was funny.
Yeah,
was funny.
It's not funny. It's not funny, sir.
It's really funny, bro. I could basically quit my job and become a full-time comedian, bro.
Yeah, you could. What do you think about those 5090 specs, bro?
I think
600 watts of power. Woo-hoo.
Need my own fucking power plant to run that thing. But no, I think it was in line with expectations. I think, but it's still like
thing's gonna cost like $2,000 just the GPU when it comes out. When's it supposed to come out? Next year?
$2,000. Yeah, 2025 question mark. I think is what is it? Blackwell GPUs, I want to say, or was that last gen? I can't remember. My Nvidia foo is not great because my beat is Xbox, and we have a few guys at Windows Central who do the GPU stuff, so I'm not that up to date on it. But it's well, going to be expensive. Two grand, 1,099, not 199.99 MSRP. But bank it, bro. It's
gonna be expensive. But yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. Like, hey, Sony's games are gonna be, you know, either on PC day and date or a year and a half later.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you spend money on a PS6 or PS5 Pro? And it's just like, I don't know. I like the console experience, I guess. Like, as I've always said, play where you want to play. If you want to play on PC, more power to you. If you want to play on console, okay, you know.
I was like, I've been playing quite a lot on PC recently because Final Fantasy 16, Black Myth Wukong.
Wait, are you playing Final Fantasy 16?
2. I've installed it and played a little bit, and then I was just like, I was in the first like hour of cutscenes, and I was just like, I ain't got time for this.
Oh my lord!
I'll come back to that.
Final Fantasy 16 is some of the highest of highs, but some of the lowest of lows, bro.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I ain't covering the game
probably
at the
gonna
moment.
finish
I'm
that
working on a review or
anyways,
something else.
So
I fucking well will finish Final Fantasy 15, even though I didn't enjoy any of it. See, Final Fantasy is like special for me because nostalgia keeps it going for me a lot. And I think I finished Final Fantasy 15, and I genuinely don't think I really enjoyed myself the whole time through. I have no fond memories of that game. I just remember thinking like, "Oh, cool, Marlboro," and then it like died in like 3 hits. That game needed difficulty settings, man, out the box. That's another thing about Final Fantasy 16. Doesn't it lock the difficulty behind completing the game?
yes, the hardest difficulty is locked.
That's fucking insane to me.
But then it continues on. You know, it's way more difficult, and you still like level up on New Game Plus. So it's not.
Right.
I guess you could say if you started that at the beginning, you'd be so underpowered that everything would just kill you instantly. But I guess you could say they could do a better job of. I guess it's more of a way of like making New Game Plus a more enjoyable experience because they remix fights. Fights aren't the same. You know, the enemies are higher levels, so then you level up, and because you can't buy all the abilities in your first playthrough, like there isn't enough experience, so you keep on buying abilities and you keep on leveling up, and you know the game's harder for it. But you know, I played it one time and I was like, do I want to play this again? And I was like, no, not really. Maybe I'll play it again when it comes to Xbox.
Yeah, but my point was going to be that, you know, when I started talking about PC was, as someone who does have a powerful PC and does play a lot on PC because of the games that are exclusive to PC, like Frostpunk and World of Warcraft, I was immediately irritated, especially about Frostpunk, because I couldn't get it to run well. I was trying everything I could possibly think of. I was like, am I on battery saver mode? Is my GPU running on, you know, the maximum power? Have I limited, you know, the power and Razer Synapse? Because you can do that as well, you know, if you want to run the system cooler. And I was going through and checking all these fucking settings, you know, for like an hour, trying to figure out how I could make Frostpunk 2 run better on my system. And I just couldn't figure it out. It was just so frustrating. And then, and fucking, I don't know. I like the console experience of like, it just works, you know? And it's great because a lot of PC games, when they're polished, they do just work. Like Diablo 4, for example, runs like a dream on my laptop. Runs really well. Runs perfectly, 60 frames with, you know, half 4K resolution, 2K resolution, or whatever it is, my screen is. And it, you know, with ray tracing on, no issues. Cyberpunk as well. You know, Cyberpunk, like back in the day, wasn't the most optimized game, but at this point in its lifespan, it's like, wow, I can't believe how well this runs while looking this good on my gaming laptop, which has an RTX 4080 in it, but it's throttled. You know, it's not a true 48 experience. You know, I don't know.
We have Andre with the 10 says, hey, Rand, just a friendly reminder that every day you go without playing Outer Wilds is a day you will regret not having played Outer Wilds in the future. In summary, just go play Outer Wilds already. I mean, it's on the list to play. It's on the list. I'll play it at some point. He also says, is that World of Warcraft. I can't even begin to grasp what's going on screen with all those blocks and numbers everywhere. By the way, did anyone notice Rand has 1,000 on Roblox? Degenerate. Have a nice weekend, folks. Yeah. I played Roblox when it came out. I gotta get my achievements, my gamer score. You know, the only reason I loaded it up recently is because my nephew wanted to play on it. But yeah, I do, and I ain't ashamed of it. You go scroll down my list, you'll see thousands on games that most people wouldn't play. Whatever, bro. It's part of who I am. It's part of my makeup. Things I had to do to become the man with the million. You know. And Meat Puppet with the 10. Question: do you guys have confidence that Saber will complete the KOTOR remix remaster and it'd be good, or do you think they'll mess it up because they've been radio silent for years? Yeah, I don't know. Because Aspyr was the ones doing it, and then apparently it was bad. And Embracer kind of was the control of it, and then like they gave the game to Saber to finish and start over, but then it's like, how long is that going to take? And is anybody even going to care? I mean, I would like to see Knights of the Republic remade. It's a very cool RPG. And it definitely deserves like that remake treatment to bring it into, you know, modernization looking, I guess. Did you play KOTOR originally, Jez, back in the day on the OG Xbox?
I didn't play it on the OG Xbox, but I played it in backwards compatibility on the Xbox 360. So Xbox 360 ran a bunch of Xbox One original games out of the box, and one of them was KOTOR, and it ran really well. It had some audio issues occasionally that required you to reboot the game, but it was totally playable. So yeah, I was somehow I completely avoided the spoilers for KOTOR. Completely avoided them all those years, even though I played it late. And I played it in preparation for Star Wars: The Old Republic, because as a Warcraft fan, I was kind of like, and a Warcraft fan and a Starcraft fan, Star Wars fan. I thought Star Wars: The Old Republic was going to be fantastic, and also a BioWare fan. So I played Knights of the Old Republic for that reason. But if they can nail the remake, like, you know, it's Saber Interactive, right? Until it is Saber, right, Rand? Doing the remake.
I think so.
Or is it Asper?
No, Asper was originally
Asper,
doing it. Yeah, it was formerly Asper.
Formerly Asper, and then moved. So I was kind of like, I don't know. Before I was kind of like, yeah, Saber Interactive, can they do it? But after Space Marine 2, I'm like, oh, actually, yeah, they can do it. So yeah, I'm a lot more confident about that now.
All right, you know what? Let's talk about the PlayStation. Well, actually, I just briefly mentioned Xbox got new controllers. They have
translucent, baby.
Yeah, and the translucent one, forget the name of it, that you can get, that's coming out October 8th. It looks like the Lunar White controller, if anybody remembers that from the Xbox One.
The gold accent.
With the gold accents. It's one of the best Xbox One controllers they ever made. And it's kind of, but it's translucent. But also, they have like new Design Labs translucent shells for the Elite Wireless Series 2. And, dude, I gotta say, they look fantastic. They call them the Cypher series. There's a white shell, a red shell, a green shell, a light purple shell, an aqua shell, and a dark purple one. Dude, the red, green, and purple one look incredible. I actually built a green one, but I was just like, and then I saw the price, and it was like $170 or whatever it would have been, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm not going to buy this because the Elite Series 2 always break after some point. I want to wait for the Series 3 to see what they do with it. But, I mean, they look really good. I mean, what did you think of how they look?
Yeah, I think they look great. I really like the translucent ones they do. The, what was it called now? The black one they did. I think you mentioned it. The black one that was sort of like, did they call it the Ghost? Phantom Black, it was called. Do you remember the Phantom Black controller where it was like black at the bottom but faded into translucency? I think that's one of the best looking controllers of all time. Looked fantastic. So yeah, but again, it's that whole meme of like, oh, more controllers.
I mean,
it's like it cracks me up because like Xbox's hardware numbers are down, which also includes accessories. Part of me wonders, like, you know, how many of these controllers must sell. They make so much of them.
I mean, people buy the controllers for use on PC. I think it's the most used PC controller. The Xbox themselves, right? And they cost as much as a game, right? The controllers are like $70-$80. And everybody needs the controller, and people love them, and they certainly don't cost as much as a game to make, right? So the margins on the controllers have to be pretty high, and they keep on making them, and it's like, yeah, people probably buy them. But Sony also had a State of Play this week, so you had 2 game shows. Xbox with the Tokyo Game Show, and Sony put on their State of Play. I guess we'll just talk about sort of the things that are coming to Xbox. Was this Hell Is Us, which looked pretty cool. I don't know. Did you get a sense that game was like a Souls-like? Because I watched this show with Colt, and he was like, "Does it look like a Souls-like to you?" And I'm like, "Kind of, but I don't know." But that did look super cool. Power World. It's funny because we had Florian Mueller on to talk about the whole Pal World situation with Nintendo. Yep. And he talked about one of the things where it's like, well, if they won, then the game, may not just be able to be played in Japan, but it would still be available elsewhere. And Pal World...
The patent's only enforceable in
the
US.
But then Pal World shadow dropped on PlayStation, except for in Japan. So, I guess, they're going to wait and see how that all plays out. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles got DLC, Radical Reptiles, Lunar Remastered Collection, which is the Lunar games, I think like 1 and 2, coming next year. Keanu Reeves is in the new Sonic game. Well, it's kind of weird because it's like new, but it's also a remaster. Because it's Sonic Generations, which is a remaster of a 360 game, which is actually really good. But also, they added Shadow to the game and his levels, which are brand new, and now Keanu's voicing the character. So it's this weird remaster but new. I don't know, did you play Sonic Generations during the 360 gen?
No, I did not. I am a Sonic 3D hater.
Well, here's the thing. So it's like half regular Sonic 2D levels and then half Sonic 3D levels.
I know. That's half too many.
Oh, that's half too many. Okay.
Yeah, sure is. Sure is, bro. Nah, I think Sonic should be on a 2D plane. I think the game's weird in 3D, but that's me being a cynical boomer, I guess. Are you a big fan of 3D Sonic? I kind of imagine no.
I never really played that many 3D Sonic games. I always was obviously partial to the 2D ones. So when I played Sonic Generations, it was really enjoyable. There's a part of me that actually, like, I don't know, there was a Sonic game that came out last year that was kind of like an open world game. I forget what it was called. I didn't really have any interest in it, but there's a part of me, even though I played Sonic Generations already, there's a part of me that's like, it was good enough, and it was a fun time that maybe I actually get this one. Maybe I actually get Sonic Generations Shadow, X Shadow, whatever it's called. Because the 3D levels weren't as bad as I thought they were going to be. Especially if you're just trying to like get through the levels, they're not horrible. Obviously, the 2D levels are much better, but it wasn't one of those things where I was clawing my eyes out and being like, "Oh my god, this is the worst thing ever." So yeah, that's coming out, I think October 24th, and I think the Shadow stuff's coming out a little bit later. Fantasian Neo Dimension, which is a RPG from Sakaguchi, the Final Fantasy creator, which is you see him taking pictures with Phil and Sarah at TGS.
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
I wonder if anything will come out of that. I don't know. Is anything going to come out of it? I don't know. You ask me. You tell me. Dragon Age The Veilguard had a new trailer, and you had a lot to say about this trailer. You had a lot to say about Dragon Age in the DMs.
Dude, I'm like Man, I'm really desperate for Dragon Age to be good, Dragon Age Veilguard. And when you remember when Xbox did that Spotify Wrapped kind of thing where they were like, these are the games you played the most on your Xbox and stuff. They did it around, was it for the 20th anniversary or something? They did that. I can't remember. But my Xbox Wrapped data said that Dragon Age Origins is the Xbox game I played the most ever. I've completed that game like, I don't know, 10 to 15 times on Xbox. And so I really like Dragon Age, but Veilguard, like, I really want to like it, man. I really want it to be good. And I just keep, I don't know, I keep trying to ask myself, am I just being cynical or overly like nostalgic or, you know, not willing to accept change? Because I felt this way about Dragon Age 2 as well. I remember thinking the exact same things about Dragon Age 2, that it looked way too actiony, the art style was bad and wrong, and the marketing was weird. Like for Dragon Age 2, it was a completely different game to Dragon Age 1. But there's so many, you have to, red flags, man. Weird red flags. Like the fact that, I'm not a huge fan of not being able to control my party, for one thing. But besides, like, the sort of Mass Effecty kind of, use their abilities while they're moving around by themselves. I'm not a big fan of that. B, I hate the UI. I know it's a weird thing to complain about, but I really think the UI just looks cheap. So much of the game looks cheap to me. And I just like some of the animations look cheap. Like they're not like motion capped. They're not mo-capped or even animated well. They're like shape tweened, which is like where you just sort of like move a limb in a straight line in a direction. It's hard to explain, but it's like some of the animations don't look good or look rushed. There's a lot of jump cuts, which also gives me a red flag. So I really think I hope that I'm just being a cynical asshole, and when I play it, it'll grow on me. Because like the Black John said in chat, Dragon Age 2 threw me off. It had to grow on me. I was in the same situation. Dragon Age 2 threw me off, and I tried like 2 or 3 times to get into it, and eventually it clicked, and eventually I did enjoy it. So I really want to give Veilguard a chance, but right now I'm worried, bro. I'm worried, bro. So yeah, that's my Veilguard take. I didn't think the trailer looked that good.
Okay, well, I don't know. I mean, I think the game looks. I don't know what to think of Dragon Age because I'm someone who likes to know the backstories of everything, and I only played Dragon Age Origins, and that's such a long time ago that I don't know anything about it. So it's like, I know this is a sequel to Inquisition. I don't know any of the characters or any of what's going on in the world. I haven't played, 2 or Inquisition. And I'm kind of just like, am I going to be lost while playing through this game? I don't really have any connection to the world or the characters. And I don't know, like some of the when I'm watching these trailers and I see the gameplay, it's like, yeah, that looks like fun. Maybe it's just one of those things where I just need to more focus on the gameplay or something, but I don't know. I'm so of two minds with this because part of me is like, well, with Avowed and Assassin's Creed Shadows getting delayed out of November, I'm not sure there's anything interesting I want to play until like December with Indiana Jones. That means like I'm going to have a lot of maybe spare time in November. Like I play Dragon Age, but then it's like I'm not excited to because I don't know anything about the world or the lore or like I would be if it was I was a huge like Mass Effect. Like if there was new Mass Effect coming and I know everything about it, it's like yes, can't wait. But I'm not excited. I'm sure that makes sense to people. Like why I wouldn't be, right? Because it's an RPG. Its story's important, and I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how I feel about Dragon Age.
One of the fucking things, right, with Dragon Age Veilguard is it's too hard to not compare it directly to Baldur's Gate 3. Like where Baldur's Gate 3 really elevated BioWare's own formula. And of course, BioWare, like Dragon Age was originally a successor to Baldur's Gate. And BioWare sort of worked on Baldur's Gate, and a lot of the alumni worked on the really old Baldur's Gates, the like original ones, you know. So like there's sort of DNA there, and I know a lot of the team that made those classic BioWare games have moved on to other studios now. So the team is pretty much quite different, right? But it's going to be hard to not do direct comparisons to Baldur's Gate 3, which I often don't like to do that because I like a game to live on its own merits. But it's just when it's this, it's going to be so fucking hard because Baldur's Gate 3 is basically that formula, you know. And I'm not talking about the gameplay necessarily because Dragon Age was never turn-based, but I'm talking about like the way you interact with your party and your story decisions having real impact and just sort of the dark, gritty kind of world. That's what Dragon Age Origins was for me. It was a fucking dark game. You could do some. It always had that sort of tongue-in-cheek humor, but it was. You could do some pretty dark shit in that game, man. And I just everything I've seen of this so far just doesn't appeal to me that much. But it does have good hair. Like Cameron Partlow in chat says, Veilguard has beautiful hair. It does have good hair physics. So it's got that going for it, I guess.
Now, this is what I'm most interested in. Alan Wake 2 The Lake House expansion, which is, I think, coming in October. The 1-year anniversary of Alan Wake 2 is coming up. Seems like it might be some sort of crossover with Control a little bit. I'm psyched for that. I can't wait. I love Alan Wake, so I can't wait to play that expansion. Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver 1 and 2 Remastered coming December 10th. So we talked a little bit about that. Are you going to play these? There's a part of, I don't know, these older games like this, I don't really get that. I see them like, that's cool for people who want to play them, but not for me. There's a part of me that kind of wants to play these. Just to see if my memory is, because I know I played one of these. I don't know. I think it's cool it's coming back, but it's also a game that probably should remade rather been remastered. Fear the Spotlight is coming October 22nd. Towers of Agasha. Dynasty Warriors Origins coming January 17th. Are you into Dynasty Warriors, Jez?
I aspire to be into Dynasty Warriors.
Dynasty? Okay.
Dynasty Warriors.
Dynasty.
It's Dynasty, bro. God damn. The way Americans butcher my language is offensive to me. But Rand, Dynasty Warriors. I aspire to be into that game because it's always looked like something I would enjoy. My brother's really into them, and I always like when I was younger, like he'd be playing them, and I'd be looking at him like, "What the fuck is this game?" You find like 1,000 dudes on the screen, and the console would be lagging out because it couldn't handle the mobs on screen. But I think it looks really good, and I'm definitely going to be trying it out. It looks really cool, and Koei Tecmo is like a dev that when I have played their games, I've enjoyed them. Like Wild Hearts, even I thought Wild Hearts, even though it didn't quite reach the heights of Monster Hunter, it was the most credible Monster Hunter alternative I've ever played. Like it blew that Epic Games one out of the water. What's the Epic Games for Monster Hunter clone called now? Is it Dauntless?
I don't recall.
Does that still exist?
I don't think so. I think maybe I remember reading it got shut down. I don't know. I do remember playing Dynasty Warriors 1 and 2 for the first time and being amazed at all the characters on screen. And being like, it's impressive, God. Man.
It's cool, man.
But like, I don't know. I never thought like the gameplay was much to it's like go around, just knock people over or whatever. I don't know. It was always just a visual feast for the eyes, just to see how many players and enemies could be on screen. But once you kind of get over that, it was just kind of like, whatever. Monster Hunter Wilds.
Nixie's bullying me.
Yeah.
Well, I know he's bullying my country. Nixie says, "I'm grateful that Jez isn't from Liverpool. Understanding him will be the biggest challenge of them all." Mm. Yeah, the Liverpool accent can be interesting, but be even more grateful that I'm not from Newcastle. Even I don't understand Geordie sometimes. And Michael says, Jez, I found out that Americans speak more like Shakespeare than do modern Brits. I doubt that somehow, man. I doubt that. Especially not Rand. Rand, I don't think Rand could. Rand needs to take elocution lessons. Have you ever done that, Rand?
Elocution? I mean, I
You know,
went
to speak more better.
speak
more better,
better.
innit?
I mean, I went to
better,
speech
like the
therapy for a
Queen, innit?
while, so
It's not quite elocution, I suppose.
whatever. Monster Hunter Wilds got its release date, February 28th, which excites you, right?
Yeah, Monster. You don't even need to talk about that. Monster Hunter Wilds is Game of the Year 2025.
You know, we didn't talk
Right at
about
home.
this when with the whole Assassin's Creed delay, but you know, Avowed got delayed. One of the reasons because Assassin's Creed was right there, and so was like Dragon Age, so it shifted all the way to. And I mean, I guess you know, also because like Flight Sim and Stalker 2 got delayed as well, and it moves and is like, all right, we're gonna be February 18th, only for Assassin's Creed to get delayed and pick February 14th. So now you have Assassin's Creed on the 14th, and you have Monster Hunter on the 28th, and you got Avowed on the 18th. So there's been some kind of like, what should Microsoft do with Avowed? Should they just keep the release date? Should they move it up to January? Do they just say, well, we tried getting away from all these other things, and it didn't work out. We're just going to release the game. What do you think?
I don't know. I was actually thinking about this last night when I couldn't sleep in bed. I was thinking, like, do you move Avowed back up now?
Do you
I
move
suppose they
Avowed
could.
to like early, like late January?
If the game
early
truly is
February?
finished,
I don't know.
I think January could be a good time frame for it, man.
I'm surprised they didn't
Like,
pick that originally.
January. I think there's often like this there's this weird gaming fatigue that seems to happen in January. I think sometimes because like you go home for the holidays. Like I see it in our traffic stats. It's like when I look at the traffic stats for Windows Central, I can see like these times of boom and times of bust, and it's like the same year in year out. I've been doing this for 10 years now. Feels like the summer months, people sort of like they don't play as many games. They go outside and touch grass, you know, as in the West, you know, because obviously we've got an mostly English speaking audience at Windows Central, and then also January as well seems to be this time where people just maybe they play so many games over Christmas or whatever, then they go back to work, and for whatever reason they don't play as many games in January, and then it seems to like slowly creep up again as we get towards May, and then like obviously the real boom time is like September, October, November, December is when everything's sort of popping off and going huge. So like maybe, but it's a bit different for Avowed, isn't it? Because Avowed is a Game Pass first title. So I think like if I suppose it depends like what user habits look like. Maybe people don't buy as many games in January because Christmas has cleaned them out. Maybe January would be a really good time to put something major from Game Pass in there because you don't have to drop the $70 on it. So maybe January is a really good time to do it, but I'm sure Microsoft's got the data on some of this stuff.
Yeah.
I think they personally, I think they should drop it in January. Get out the way of February because February's looking weirdly stacked again. And I think a lot of devs wait till after that January pay packet because they think people will have money again. Maybe, I don't know. I should talk to some people about that and get some insights because I don't have that many insights. Rand, I need to be right back for 2 minutes because I really want to get a drink of water. So
A drink of
I'll
water.
hold down the fort.
Yeah.
Bottle of water.
So, Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered. It is real. The ESRB leaks were true. Interestingly, greedily, I guess you could say, shadily, because it's one of those games that if you already own the game, you can purchase the upgrade path for $10, and you have all these new features to the game. Like they added 10 hours of new dialogue, or not new dialogue, like redone dialogue, or they made the game look more like Horizon Forbidden West, right? They changed kind of her character model a little bit, changed the lighting, and the thing is, though, Sony went back and changed the price of Horizon Zero Dawn from $19.99 to $39.99 because they knew that someone could just buy the game for $19.99 or however cheap it's always been throughout the years and get the upgrade. But they didn't want people doing that anymore, so they raised the price. And it's one of those things where this is something you never ever see. I can't think of a time before where something had permanent price drops down to a level only for them to raise the price. Like, it was $19.99, that was the permanent price point. And now it's $39.99 or whatever the price is. Simply because, they didn't want people buying the game cheap enough to get the upgrade path. I mean, it's not consumer friendly whatsoever. I know you could make the arguments that, it's been free before and some of these other like programs they've done, and it's been super cheap, and it's on you. You didn't buy it, what have you. But to raise the price, to double it, just to stop people from getting into a remastered edition is kind of, I don't know, it's pretty lame. But hey, this is the generation of raising prices instead of cutting prices, so it fits in with everything, doesn't it? And yeah, Ghost of Yotei, I guess, is the other announcement. I know it's not coming to Xbox, but it's also a big announcement. I think Ghost of Tsushima was my game of the year for 2020. So I've been waiting to see what Sucker Punch was going to do for the inevitable sequel. And, 5 years. And I was sort of surprised it wasn't like Ghost of Tsushima 2. That it's not Jin, and you're not continuing his story, that it's a completely new main character 300 years later, and this kind of like the franchise is Ghost. Like, it's just going to be Ghost of, and then it's going to be like new character and a new story somewhere else. That's kind of what it's going to be like the franchise. It's not, hey, it's Ghost of Tsushima 2 and you're just continuing Jin's story. So Jin's story is over and it's this new story. But this is sort of the thing I hate about nowadays and the culture war, because as soon as it was revealed that it was a female main character, you saw people coming out of the woodworks to be like, oh, game's woke or whatever, and it's just like, oh my god, really? It never ends. It never ends, but it looks cool. I love the color palette they chose for Ghost of Tsushima. The bright yellows, the reds. You don't really have a lot of that in games. Like, when you're like running through the fields and it's like the red poppies and stuff. Definitely really had an expressive art design. So seeing the game coming in 2025, and this is like, because I saw some people being like, oh, this is going to be a small game, this isn't the actual next game, because people aren't sure how to think about it not continuing Jin's story, and they're like, well, I like Jin a lot and I wanted to see his story continue. I don't really like the fact that it's not going to, and it's, you're just going to have to get over that. But I'm down to see how Sucker Punch improves on the combat and where they go with the story. So I don't know. I'm like 2025 is looking stacked, because you got, just from Xbox, you got South of Midnight and Doom and Fable and Avowed. But then, from third party, you're going to have Assassin's Creed Shadows and Monster Hunter just early in the year. But then, Grand Theft Auto 6 is supposed to be next year. Death Stranding 2 is supposed to be next year. Phil said there's even more games coming to Xbox that are unannounced, so it's like Forza Horizon 6 going to come out. Right, I'd have to get a list of all the games that are scheduled to come out in 2025. But it's a lot, and I'm sure Nintendo's going to have a lot of first-party stuff. The Switch 2 is supposed to launch like March, April. And probably going to launch with the Mario game, brand new 3D Mario. And who knows what else Nintendo's cooking up for that. So there's going to be a lot of cool stuff in 2025. So seeing Ghost of Yotei is like, all right, cool. I'm down to see what happens with that. I mean, I guess, like, you know, with anything, games get delayed. Like, nobody thought Assassin's Creed was going to get delayed, right? Like, nobody. It was like Ubisoft always nails their holiday game, and Assassin's Creed is kind of always launched in that time frame. So it was like, man, they're not going to miss that, and they finally missed it for reasons we explained earlier. So, I mean, games get delayed all the time. Could this game get delayed? Sure. You know, if they run into issues, might get delayed. You know, Fable could get delayed. Grand Theft Auto 6 could get delayed. The game industry is just kind of like that. You could say the year, and it's like, all right, well, we're aiming for 2025, but shit happens, and it ends up being 2026. So we'll just have to see how everything progresses. But 2025 is looking like a fantastic year. So, RDX and Effet hit it up with the super chat with 279. Says, real problem is shareholders and greed. Yeah, you're 100% right there. So, let me move over to the Patreon questions while Jez is gone. We'll start there. If you guys are enjoying the show, make sure you hit the like button, please, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We'll move through these as quickly as we can. We got Sith Lord. Rand, our nightmare is almost over. Sunday can't come fast enough for the worst baseball team in modern history. Plus, what are you going to do with all that baby oil? Oh, the Puff Daddy stuff? Yeah, so much baby oil. But I was surprised the White Sox won 3 games straight. So I'm assuming they're going to lose. I think they're playing the Tigers and will be the worst team in MLB history, which is a sad record to hold, unfortunately. Aboris 26 says, well, this is a Jez question, so I will come back to that when Jez is here. Pandaman says, hey guys, it's the end of the world and you need to pick a teammate to fight hordes of zombie pony fans. Your options are Dirty Dom, Drew McIntyre, Ring General, or Solo. Who you are picking and why? I'm picking Drew McIntyre. Dirty Dom's just going to get run over, and he'll become a zombie himself. Solo, same thing. So it comes down to, we have a question here in the in the Patreon, Jez. It's the end of the world, and you need to pick a teammate to fight off the zombies, but you can only choose between Dirty Dom, Drew McIntyre, Gunther, and Solo. Who you picking as your teammate? I said Drew McIntyre.
Man, like, my mind went to Gunther, but then Drew McIntyre's...
You come out with the sword,
shit.
bro.
Well,
yeah.
that too. But the dude's huge. He's like... I feel like he could punch the zombies to death.
Mm-hmm.
So. Or maybe, I suppose, Gunther could chop them to death.
I wanted to get your opinion about something from the PlayStation show since you walked away, because I kind of went over the rest of it. What do you think?
I had to help my girlfriend get firewood.
What do you think of Sony
She's
raising the
freezing.
price of the Horizon game, doubling the price, so people can't get into the remaster as cheaply as they could?
I mean, it's kind of a dick move, and it's really petty, but capitalism, baby. Capitalism. So, like, people, at the end of the day, if people pay for it, they'll do it, you know? I think, like, I think people should, I think Sony fans should push back on it more. I saw some takes that were like, oh, this is genius business from Sony, like from Sony fans. I'm just like, man, can you lick the boots any harder? You know, you're supposed to be a consumer here. You know, I like to think on Xbox too, we call out Xbox when they're doing shit like this. I remember we were like the tip of the spear when Xbox tried to raise the price of Xbox Live Gold. Do you remember that?
Yep, I remember.
So, you know, I want to hope that people would, if people aren't happy about this, they should call them out rather than bend over and take it. But if Microsoft was doing this, I would go to bat and I'd just be like, this is shit. Microsoft, nickel and diamond people. You're $1 trillion company. You fuck off with this shit. But I don't cover Sony beat. So personally, I don't care. But analytically speaking, it's capitalism. People buy shit. They're going to buy it, you know?
True. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's pretty scummy. personally.
Yeah, I think it's
regardless of the fact that people could have gotten it for cheaper before or for free or whatever. But it's just like, it's generation of just raising prices, man. It just feels slimy.
The fact that you could previously get it cheaper and then they've raised the price doesn't absolve them of raising the price now.
Yeah.
You know, because it's like they would have accounted for that previously. But Sony has this big effort right now to increase margins. Everything they're doing is all about margins, you know. Which is why the Concord situation came at the absolutely wrong time for them, I think. But,
yeah. We have a Patreon here from Boris26. He says, Jez, have you heard any more information on the timing of Final Fantasy 16 coming to Xbox? Also, what are your takeaways from the interviews that Mina Kato has done after TGS as the new face of Xbox's Japanese efforts?
I haven't read those interviews yet, but I've heard good things about her. She's very, very good and assertive, and you know, she's like, I mean, someone said something to the effect of she'll be good for Microsoft, so as in like within Microsoft's corporate structure and stuff, and navigating that aspect of it. So I'm gonna check out those interviews you mentioned later on. I haven't had time to do it yet. But on Final Fantasy 16, I honestly don't know. I've never claimed to know when Final Fantasy 16 is coming. I didn't even claim to know when Pixel Remasters was coming. You know, for people who said that I did. The only thing I knew and confirmed was that they are all coming. And that there would be something Final Fantasy related at TGS. That's the only thing I said that I confirmed. Everything else was just pure speculation. And, you know, if someone's first language isn't English and they mistranslate it, then that's fair enough. But there's plenty of people who fucking didn't mistranslate it. They understood fully what I meant and they just framed it in a way to grift or whatever. So I've never claimed to know when Final Fantasy 16 is coming. But if I had to guess, I would expect that, you know, since Square Enix is not exactly... they're building a pipeline for simultaneous launches, but they're not quite there yet. I'm suspecting that their team's probably preoccupied with optimizing the PC version right now. So if I had to guess, like Rand did earlier when we were talking, it'd be 2025. You know, next year maybe, Q3, Q4 maybe. But honestly, don't know. I don't know for sure.
Yeah. Silas says, hey guys, Rand, have you reflected on your days as a content creator and wonder if that was just a bygone period of your life? You've mentioned that you haven't been motivated to create content save a burst of creativity around the summer showcase. Could it be that you say everything you want to, being the host of the weekly Jez Corden podcast, and having this platform to opine on what's on your mind? I was curious if you had any deep thoughts on this creator's block period of your life. No, I mean, doing the podcast never prevented me from doing videos before. I mean, sometimes there are times when stuff will maybe break later in the week and we talk about first on the podcast that then I make a video about afterwards, and it kind of feels it's like, oh, I've already said everything. I'm repeating what I said in this video that I've said on the podcast, but then the way I justified it to myself was, well, now everybody listens to the podcast, right? Or, oh, I made this video and I talked about this stuff and then we talk about it in the podcast. I always try to at least change up how I would say it. I don't know. I just, I don't know. I just wasn't feeling making content. Just kind of how it is. It's just, you know, and I talked to Colt about it a bit, and I've talked to Jez about it, and it's like I still want to. And, you know, I could easily just be like, hey, 2025 is a new year, and just start it up again and just say, yeah, 2024 was an anomaly. But I would want to probably change some things, you know? But I don't think it's a bygone thing as in I'm never going to do it again. It's just maybe the way I did it before is not how I want to do it anymore. I think that might have something to do with it.
I think it's hard when you're doing news-based stuff about a specific thing, like, because at Windows Central, I'm pretty lucky in the sense that I can go pretty broad. Like, if there's no Xbox news that week, I'm also interested to cover tech, AI, Windows, Surface, whatever, anything else Microsoft's going on. Like, so my biggest article of this year was nothing to do with Xbox. It was about fucking battery innovations, I think. So like, but like if you are a YouTuber who's focused on one topic and you grew up on the basis of one topic, I can see like how it's really hard. Like when Elden Ring launched, all the the FromSoft YouTubers, they were feasting, they were feasting. And now like you're going to be in for a long period of like waiting for whatever comes next from Software, which will probably be Armored Core DLC, I imagine. It's going to be a long period of waiting. Like the Monster Hunter channels as well. Like they've been waiting for Wilds, to be announced, and then to start getting the information on it. And if you are covering one topic, so, but yeah, we could. Your content's good, Rand, and people ask me about it all the time. So you've just got to. I would like to see more Rand game reviews personally.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. We got Achievement says, I know Jez disagrees with me, but Rand, do you think Avowed should move out of the way of these February games? Like, yes, it's in Game Pass, but I'm sure it's launching on the same day as Assassin's Creed. You're going to have to tell people on your platform, choose between buying a $70 game and missing downloads on Avowed. Or downloading Avowed and missing that $70 they may have spent otherwise. That's bad for the platform. I think they should launch 2 weeks earlier on January 31st, a Friday. I mean, they already said the game was ready, and they delayed it to give it space. I feel like it needs even more space out of February now. Well, Jez must have changed his mind, because he sort of agrees with you now, Achievement. And personally, I think they should move it to late January, move it up to get away from that, but I guess it all depends on when the game's ready. I mean, if it's not going to be ready until February 18th, then that's going to be the day. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what Xbox thinks about this, or what Obsidian. It's probably Obsidian's choice. Maybe they went there and be like, "Hey, can you guys have this ready earlier?" And they could be like, "Sure," or maybe they'd be like, "No, like we're sticking to our date." I don't know. Maybe Assassin's Creed's not going to be big. That was kind of the thought process I had. Was Assassin's Creed Shadows is going to be a big game, but with the way Ubisoft is kind of scrambling to delay it, to bring it to PC day one, to make sure to tell everybody there's no more battle pass and you get the first expansion for free, reads like the pre-order numbers are scaring them to a certain degree. And, there's a possibility Assassin's Creed Shadows launches soft like Star Wars Outlaws, and does that affect Avowed at that point? I mean, I think the best thing for Avowed to do is actually be a great game, right? Because it could come out and it could just be a 75 Metacritic game and comes and goes in between Assassin's Creed and Monster Hunter, and then nobody talks about it or really opines about it because it just gets buried because it's just a mediocre game at that point, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what's best for the game is, hey, if it's a good game, if the critics like it and it gets a lot of word of mouth, that'll be how Avowed really shines. It's like, oh, you got the Assassin's Creed game, but it's a 72. But hey, Avowed's available, and it's oh man, this is the RPG we've been waiting for. Go play it on Xbox and PC, download now on Game Pass, and people are like, all right, yeah. Instead of, oh, Avowed's just, like when Minecraft Legends came out, it was like a 75 on Metacritic, and it was one of those farts in the wind. Gone, there 1 second, stinking up the room, and then gone the next, and everybody forgot about it.
Damn, that's harsh.
Right, it's true.
But not wrong.
Yeah. Avowed, and that's the thing, Xbox games need to be good. They need to be great. So, that's the most important thing for Avowed. It needs to be a great game. But I would say move it forward to end of January to give it some space, but we'll see if Obsidian and Microsoft agree. They may not be able to. Subig says, hey gentlemen, humor me for a bit. I want to hear y'all's take on this. Why are so many consumers lining up to purchase a premium console to play old PS4 games? And also, does the PS5 hold the PS5 Pro back, or does this logic only apply to Xbox? Hope you two and all the peeps listening have a wonderful weekend. Keep being great.
I mean, the point about the PS4 is like, the PS5, sorry, holding back the gen. I mean, you could even make the argument like PS4 and Xbox One are holding back the gen. I mean, I'm working on a rumor right now that another major AAA game is going to be backported to PS4 and Xbox
What,
One.
like Star Wars Jedi Survivor just was?
Yeah, like that. It's like half the install base is still on PS4 and half the install base is still on Xbox One for Xbox and PlayStation. Um, so like the whole argument that Xbox Series S is holding back the gen is just completely false. Um, but yeah, they apply that logic purely for FUD. They don't really mean it. They don't really know anything about game development. They just heard some fanboy say something that reinforced their personal narratives and then spewed it out as their own opinion because they can't be bothered to do any of their own research. That's the kind of you know playing field we're dealing with. But I don't know if consumers are lining up to buy a premium console, the PS5 Pro. I mean, it's gonna sell. It's gonna sell, but it's. I think they're projecting 10%, 11% of the install base.
I mean, I
So
think they're
like,
projecting anywhere between 10 to 15% lifetime is what the analysts basically said they're going to do what the PS4 Pro did, which was 14%.
yeah, and it's not like people aren't exactly lining up to buy the PS5 either. I mean, so many. I mean, if we're talking mass market here, and we're looking beyond the Twitter bubble right now, we're not. People aren't lining up to buy the next gen consoles either. They're staying where they are on Xbox One and PS4. So like the whole point of the PS5 Pro is to have, well, I would hope this is the point of it, is to have pretty tight stock controls on it and just sort of it's a margin play. It's pure margins to sell to people who want to be on the cutting edge. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Like, this isn't a criticism of Sony. This is actually, supporting Sony because I would love if Xbox had that as well. But I'm someone lucky enough to work in a job where I can either, stick that on my taxes or maybe even get a review unit. So like if I think back to a time when, I remember being a kid or, or in my late teens or whatever, and the PS3 was announced and it was that expensive. It immediately snapped me out of ever wanting a PlayStation. So I was just like, this is just absurdly expensive, So and that was when I had no purchasing power back then. And there's going to be millions of people who feel the same way, but it's fine because the PS4 is still good, PS5 is still good.
Let me ask you this question:
It's for the high end.
PS5 Pro, at least right now, before the show, I could still get one at the PlayStation Direct, so it's not sold out there. And they still have yet to, come to Amazon or any of those other places. But it seems like if you want a PS5 Pro, you can get one.
And it's not available on Amazon or anything?
No. So this was the exclusive early pre-orders were only at PlayStation Direct. It's not going to be available to pre-order until like October 10th at all the other like retailers, I think, like Amazon.
I'm going to see what the stock looks like in the UK right now.
But I was going to say, I remember how tough it was to get an Xbox One, Xbox Series X, and a PS5 at launch. And for a long time, for people who couldn't get a PS5 for quite some time because the stock was so limited and the demand was so high.
Everyone was trying to build their home offices during the pandemic.
So I was going to ask you,
chip supply was crazy.
How do you feel about the PS5 Pro still being available? Does that speak to that demand was too low, or did they have too much supply that they're constantly like, hey, it's still available a full day and a half later? Are people kind of like the economy is like $6.99? It's like, are people, because like even iPhones used to sort of sell out, and now I think you can get like an iPhone, the newest iPhone, like no problem. Are people just more cautious with their money now on like PS5 Pro's not? It's like you don't necessarily need it. Whereas like a PS5, you might say, oh, this is the product I need because I need next gen. But this is just, oh, I don't really need this. Like I already have the old one. I already have the PS5. I don't know what to make of it. I don't know if it's just like is it a demand thing or a supply thing? Personally.
Well, I think if it's a margins play, having an oversupply is bad because that means you've spent more than you needed to, which is going to hurt your margins. But not having any stock is also bad because it's like you could have made more money, you know. And as I go, I fully expected this to be sold out in the UK, and it's not. It's still available in the UK right now. And I would have thought I honestly would have thought that it sold out because either like Sony would have not stocked it so high or demand would have been high enough to sell through. So yeah, it's still available in the UK as well, which is interesting. $6.99.99, you know. I think part of it is I think people really want to see like how much of a difference it makes first, and I don't think Sony's presented that very well so far. And also, it's going to be really hard to present that, I think, especially to a mass market audience. You know, so the 30th anniversary bundle that's sold out.
Oh yeah, sold out right away, pretty much.
Sold out right away. But the regular version, nope, still available pre-order, man. I mean, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. All you can do is speculate when you don't have the exact figures. You know, so and even if it had sold out, you could be sitting here and make the argument that well they didn't have that much stock of it, right?
Yeah.
So really, you're playing with a huge missing amount of data there, but you know.
I thought it must be one
like,
of those things where it's like, hey, if
yeah.
you're not lined up in that PlayStation Direct, that right away, then you weren't going to get one. But hey, you can just add it right now, you know, which makes me wonder how easy or hard it's going to be when Best Buy and Amazon and other places start to offer it. It's just like, hey, if you want one, you can just get one. There's no, you know, the only trouble to get was the 30th anniversary one, and it didn't really seem like it seemed like mostly it was scalpers that got those that are now up on eBay for $5,000.
If you are someone who's kind of like, I don't know, an enthusiast, you probably already made your purchase decision, you know. So I don't know if moving this console to Amazon and Best Buy is necessarily going to help its fortunes. But I don't know. It is a bit odd that it's not sold out.
We have Sierra 11 Kevin who says, "Hey Rand and Jez, as always, appreciate you both. This week in the Game Pass section, I saw Overwatch 2 is added. Nothing getting skins if you link your account. I haven't played in a long time, so I downloaded it, checked out the skins, then started playing. I forgot how much fun it can be. But this is the part that got me thinking. I tried a new character, which I was enjoying. Next thing, I'm checking out the other skins, and next thing, I'm in the store. I didn't buy anything yet, but it caused me to pause. I then opened the Game Pass perks section and noticed 95% of the perks are for service games. These aren't perks. These are just hooks to get you back into the game, and hopefully the store like Overwatch 2 was leading me to. Nice try, Microsoft. I'm on to you. Who am I kidding? I'll probably buy a skin, though, this time. Also, Jez, do you think Our History Untold will translate to a controller as well as the Age of Empire games have?
I think Arrow will translate better than Age of Empires because Arrow History Untold is turn-based, of course.
Mm.
So, like, with Arrow History Untold, you make your car, you make your plays, and then you end your turn, you know. So, like Civ is great with the controller. Civ is great on cloud as well. Like, even with touch controls, like, Civ is, like, pretty good. So, yeah, I think it will translate pretty well. But beyond that,
about the skins and the perks and
skins,
stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an interesting thing you're saying, like, oh, you downloaded it because you saw it in Game Pass, and then all of a sudden you're almost bought a skin because of the perks and stuff. Maybe that does work. They probably have data on that. You know, new to the game. Did they go to the store? How often do they go to the store? Do they spend money? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure they have all that data that would point them to whatever conclusion they would want to draw. Like, yeah, if we do this, then people are more likely, 40% more likely to spend money in the store or something, right?
Yeah, I mean, with a lot of this stuff, the easy assumption is if they keep doing it, then it's probably working, right? Because I think, like, if no one was taking advantage of these perks, they just wouldn't do it.
And I think the perks being mostly service-based games are probably the way forward, because it sort of almost seems like these consoles are free to play machines. Because the biggest games on these machines are the free to play games. And how do you get people to want to play those free to play games on your machine when they, you could play Fortnite on your Xbox and then go play Fortnite on your PlayStation and your stats and everything carry over, but where are you spending that Fortnite money? Right? Because whose store are you spending it on? Is Microsoft going to get the 30% or is Sony going to get the 30%? So if you offer these perks to these biggest games, because that's what people play, it's a way to get people to no, you're going to play Overwatch 2 on Xbox. You're going to play Call of Duty on Xbox because of these perks. So then we can get you to play here and then spend money on our store. You know what I mean?
Here's another thing I'm interested in. If I've got Xbox Game Pass, right, and I've got my Riot account linked to Xbox Game Pass, and then I play Valorant on PlayStation using my Riot account, am I still entitled to those skins? Can I benefit from having PC Game Pass on PlayStation with that entitlement? I'm interested if that works. And, I need to find someone who can test it for me. In fact, I know someone who can test it for me. I'm going to ask them to test it for me right now.
We have Dave Ramos. When Xbox finally brings your own games to xCloud, will Diablo 4 be part of that? Or no, because Ubisoft owns the cloud streaming rights to Diablo 4. Does owning the game change that agreement? I don't think it does. Jez, do you have any?
That's a good question. We'd have to see the small print.
I don't think it does. I think that's all.
Yeah,
under
you don't
Ubisoft.
think it does, but I think there's a chance it might. We'll see.
Joaquin sent me a rumor from apparently Ecstasis. It says, according to Ecstasis, the long-awaited feature of playing your library through xCloud is coming in November. It will allow you to play any title from your personal library via xCloud. Will arrive November 2024 and will be available in closed testing for Xbox insiders.
That's I think I put that out there before, right?
I don't know. I don't pay attention when you talk to cloud.
Yeah, I said on this podcast that it was coming Q4 before, or it was targeting Q4. So that tracks with what I said before. I think I put that in an article as well. But yeah, that scans.
Yeah.
Oh, it sounds like they've got a hard date now, because originally it was supposed to be the summer, and it got delayed for some reason.
Originally, wasn't it supposed to be last year or the year before?
Yeah, it was. I think.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of legal things to nail down because it's licensing again. It's like making sure that all the the license holders are happy with it. And from what I've heard, some have opted out. So I think you won't get all of your games in cloud, but it'll be a significant amount.
Devin says, hey dudes, what does Sony and Microsoft need to do to get people to buy into the next gen? The Series X didn't eat monsters for breakfast, and PS5 SSD didn't revolutionize game design. Yes, COVID ruined so much more than people know, but after 4 years, it feels like the gen has barely got off the ground. On top of that, games and systems are only getting more expensive. Big publishers effectively raised the cost of games above $70 with deluxe and collector's editions and 3-day early access. And console makers have signaled that they are more or less done with selling their systems at a loss. Typically, I'm an early adopter, but telling me the X2 and PS6 are more powerful probably won't move the needle for me personally. Love you guys, Devin. That's a good question, because I've been wondering myself.
Yeah, that's also an extra shout out to Devin, because one thing you can do on Patreon now, which is a new feature, is you can buy the Q&A thread that week without having to be subscribed for the month. So if you just fancy, like, instead of subscribe, if you subscribe, you get all 4. But if you just want to buy one off, you can buy a Q&A thread on patreon.com/XB2. So Devin's our first buy there, so thanks for that. But that is a good question. What does Sony and Microsoft need to do? That is a really good question, and it's something both Sony and Microsoft are spending a lot of money on trying to figure out, because a lot of a lot of people just haven't felt the need to upgrade the systems, and part of it is like we don't get the same leaps in quality that we used to get. Like back in the day when it was like, from people who are our age who are nostalgic about it, going from like a Super Nintendo to a PlayStation 1 was a fucking revelation. Not only do you get not only do you get 3D, but digital audio. And people really underrate how much digital audio revolutionized gaming. If you go and play like an N64 game with this analog audio and then play a PlayStation game,
dude,
it's like
every gen was a huge jump. Whether you went from Nintendo to Super Nintendo or Nintendo to Sega Genesis to
yeah.
Every gen was like, oh my god, how is things gonna, things can't get any better than this.
But I don't think we haven't had that with this gen. Like a lot of the promises that they sold us on, and this is both Microsoft and Sony. Sony had 8K on the fucking box of PlayStation, for God's sake. What games run at 8K? And then Microsoft was out here talking about ray tracing all the time and Xbox Direct Storage, and barely any games use it. Like when I open the Xbox Game Bar, on PC, it says your PC is Direct Storage enabled, and I'm like, great. What the fuck does that do for me? Because no games actually seem to want to use it. Direct Storage GPU Direct Storage supported. This version of Windows supports the latest Direct Storage I/O optimizations. How is that giving me anything to work with here? I think a lot of the promises from this gen haven't really panned out. I mean, we've got more games at 60. Quick resume is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And something we probably take for granted. A lot of these things are like little things that we take for granted now. Like cloud saves, for example, is something I really take for granted. Like when I go to Nintendo or PlayStation, I don't get the cloud saves. Like you have to subscribe to get the cloud saves. And it's just man, I can't imagine living without this.
I wonder if a lot of this is going to be like, how does AI change the experience in games? Like we saw the EA thing where they're like, the user can say, make me a puzzle, and it was like a cardboard puzzle, and it's like, okay, is that the innovation you're talking about gameplay wise for some of these games on the next generation of systems with AI cores built in it, where it's kind of like you got Roblox at your fingertips and it's like, now you're doing this and that? Or is it going to be, all right, well, chasing after the graphics is, this is something that's not, it's priced at the, like it was a fool's errand, because now we've chased the graphics and all this stuff and animations and everything, and now the games are too expensive, but the audience is too stagnant, right? So now it's like, well, what do we do? It's like, it's a good question, because I sort of feel like even this generation, and I don't know how to say this properly, but it feels like the Xbox One and the Xbox Series generation, so that includes PS4 and PS5, are just like the 360 generation done again, but a little bit prettier and a little bit smoother, right? Like it seems like the gaming industry found their blueprint during the 360 PS3 generation, and they've been iterating on it ever since. And now with everything just being the service game where every single game just wants your time and your money, and it's like, no, you only want to play Fortnite, right? But for that to be a viable business model, Fortnite's got to be everywhere. And normally people ditch their old consoles, but now the biggest games in the world are still supported on the oldest console. So now I don't have a reason to get rid of my old consoles now. Uptick on new consoles are slowing down because you're still supporting all the old shit. So now you're thinking about next generation. It's like, well, we got all this stuff. We can do all these things and how much better it's going to look. But then because of that, now the price of the consoles themselves are through the roof. And you're going to through the roof. But now you're going to price out some consumers because it's too expensive. And plus, they're still going to be like, anything that's going to be on the PS6 and Xbox Next, it's probably still going to be playable on the PS5 and Series X and S, if not the Xbox One, So there's probably even less incentive to go to buy a next-gen console because of that. And you're like, is 60 frames on everything at 4K going to be enough? For some people, that's a compelling argument. For me, it would be, but not for everybody. Do they hope that maybe having a handheld changes some things and gets in some consumers who maybe don't want like a big console under your TV, but are perfectly happy having a handheld?
I think the handheld definitely changes some things. Handheld definitely changes some things because it's like I said, the handheld will enable a great return on investment for certain types of games, smaller games, pixel games, indie games potentially. But I think AI, I think you're right. The AI is probably going to have a role to play there, but it could all just be a load of, again, it might just end up being a load of hype for nothing, pretty much like ray tracing was. You know, I mean, ray tracing's okay, but it's not like I'm not going to drop 60 frames for it if I can help it. I don't know, man. It's going to be interesting to see what their pitch is for next gen.
Well,
Super
yeah, because
resolution, frame generation will probably be part of it, but
part of the mid-gen consoles for the PS4 Pro and the Xbox One X, and even some of the PS5, Xbox Series was 4K, because when those consoles first came out in 2013, 4K TVs, they weren't that. Not everybody didn't have a 4K television yet, and the games themselves, I mean, the consoles themselves couldn't even do 4K. It was like you get a game at 900p on PlayStation, 720p on Xbox, or 1080p on PlayStation, 900p on Xbox. So people were like, all right, well, how are we going to sell it again? And then, 4K, but it also combined it with the TVs. So now you had a TV that was 4K, and you wanted a game system that could display that stuff in 4K. So that was sort of a selling point. It was like, okay, now the games even look better. And they do. Like 4K, we may be one of those things now where we're playing these games at 4K and we just take it for granted. But if you go back just 10 years ago, that game would have been in 720p. And if you were to play that game in 720p now or whatever, you'd be like, ew, this game looks awful, right? So, but I guess maybe the next frontier would be 8K. We're like, okay, but nobody has 8K televisions because they're so expensive. And even still, like 8K, from a console, you're probably 2 generations away from 8K being the standard. And I don't even know if it would ever become the standard. Maybe, so it's like that pairing of like, okay, the console's just good enough to do 4K, and we have TVs that do 4K. Boom, it's like peanut butter and jelly, right? It's just like a beautiful thing, and you sort of miss that now, where there isn't that. It's like, yeah, like he super chatted earlier, like, oh, 8K and Gran Turismo 7. It's like, yeah, but fucking what of use is that? Who has an 8K monitor or an 8K television? I don't know. It's gonna be, if the more they get expensive they get, the harder it is going to be sell. And how are they going to position that we'll see. But I do think a lot of that, Sony's too, is going to be, hey, mobile, take your games on the go, or whether it's a handheld or whether it's cloud or whatever. Maybe that's how they'll sell it this time. I don't know. But very good question. We got James Wiseau. Happy Friday, homies. Great show as per usual. I was wondering if you guys were having any more thoughts about your Game of the Year show this year. It was a blast last year. Rand, also a friendly reminder to get some more picks in. The Fantasy League, as you've got a few delays. Happy to brainstorm some ideas if you need a hand. October is stacked month. How lucky we all are. We'll talk more about Game of the Year show when we play all the rest of the games for the year. So, good old Collingwood. Hello, Rand and Jez. Jez, thank goodness you're here. Wait, Jez, thank goodness you're here. Have you? How realistic is it in depiction of the English village life? Which characters do you identify with? I don't know. I think he forgot to say, have you gone to a place? I think Good O'Conwood forgot to type that in. He says, Rand, I just saw that Slay the Princess is coming to Xbox. Will you give that a go? Probably not. I'm gonna try out Plucky Squire. I don't know what else after that. Probably Silent Hill 2. But yeah, I don't know what he was asking you, Jez. So, do you see his question in there?
Oh, good old Collingwood.
He says, "Thanks goodness you're here," and then he says, "Have you?" ? How realistic is it in its depiction of the English village life? Which character do you?
Oh, yeah. Thank goodness you're here. So that confused me the way that was worded, but thank goodness you're here is like, I think it's isn't it like I think it's a FMV game about living in Yorkshire in England.
Oh, is it?
And it's quite popular on Steam right now. I haven't played it myself, but I've heard about it. I want to give it a go because apparently it's quite good. It's gone quite viral, like a Yorkshire. I think it's an FMV game. Maybe it isn't, but yeah, it's set in Yorkshire, right? Yeah, I haven't played it yet, but it's not an FMV game. Oh, okay. Well, it's set in Yorkshire. I know that bit. I wanna check it out. I haven't played it yet though.
Mike says, "Good day, boys. I'm patiently waiting for Aura, Frostpunk, and City Skylines 2 to come to console. In my waiting, I've learned some useless things like how it's grammatically correct to say, 'It's what it is,' or 'It's what it's.' Enjoy this information." Thank you for that information. It's what it's. It's weird to say. Man, City Skylines 2, is that ever going to come to console? That shit's got delayed.
It's what it's. Fuck, that is weird to say. It's what it's. Sorry.
City Skylines has been constantly delayed for console. City Skylines 2, and it's probably, I don't know. I mean, remember it was day one Game Pass game on console and PC, and then it was like indefinitely delayed on console, and even the PC version doesn't run very well, and it's like, how are they going to make this run on console?
Yeah, oh man, it's City Skylines 2. Paradox Interactive has had similar issues to a lot of the industry we've seen, like, 11-bit stock prices down, and I think I don't think Paradox is publicly traded, or it's part of a bigger company that is publicly traded, but Paradox has had similar issues with like a lot of their games missing expectations or launching buggy and all this kind of stuff. And I think City Skylines 2 suffered a little bit from what Frostpunk suffered from, in that like it was a different game than what some people were expecting, and also people didn't want to leave behind all the DLC they had in City Skylines 1. I think a lot of people might have just been happier if they just keep developing City Skylines. I think that's one of the pitfalls that studios like Paradox can potentially fall in when they've got a game that has shitload of DLC, and then they want to make a new version, and people don't want to give up the DLC. Like, we've heard recently that EA has cancelled The Sims 5, for example.
Yeah.
Because they just want to double down on working on Sims 4. Like, Sims 4 has $1,200 of DLC. $1,200. So, can you realistically imagine a scenario where EA makes a Sims 5 that's so good and so different, so revolutionary, that it makes people not want to play Sims 4 and abandon all their like houses and different DLC packs they've gotten? I can't personally, but who knows? I think Sims 5 is probably going to be like, the Sims are just have super duper AI, but then that'd be so expensive to run if the Sims actually had like generative AI. I don't know. Yeah, City Skylines 2, they got their work cut out with PC, man. You've got to wait. You're gonna have to wait a while for that one. And Don Attacker reminded me in chat that Paradox cancelled their own Sims competitor, which is called Life by You, I think. So they were working on a Sims competitor and they just didn't. God knows when City Skylines 2 will come to Xbox, but it's a shame. I really like City Skylines 1. I've got like dozens of hours in that game.
Yeah, we have Lee Sanders, he says, got nothing. So here's general question: what's your favorite thing to do on holiday? Sightseeing, relax with the book. Do you prefer city, state, or a beach, perhaps? Jez?
I like playing Warcraft when I'm on vacation.
There you go. But recently, I think you did go to the beach.
No, I went to the Alps. I went to the
Alps.
I saw a Neuschwanstein Castle.
And you did
which
go
is the
sightseeing,
Disney
so there
castle.
you go. Jez doesn't
Yeah.
read, so it'll
We
all
went
be
up-
sightseeing for him.
I went hiking, which was a struggle. It's a struggle. I think I burnt like 1,000 calories, and I was dead for 2 days after it. Yeah, I do like naturey kind of vacations, seeing mountains and shit like that. I really like mountains and nature stuff. I like walking in nature, but I don't like camping or anything like that. I hate bugs, and I hate being warm. So, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, anyways, I think that's it for the show. We've gone through everything we wanted to talk about.
No. There's another one.
Where?
There's another chat that just came in from Daswell Gordon. I'll read it out.
Okay.
Good evening, lads. A question on Xbox's next
Oh.
gen. If it does turn out that it's a PC console hybrid with multiple storefronts, even just Steam, what incentive do customers have to continue buying stuff from Xbox's storefront? I have Xbox's games exclusive PC, and PlayStation first party. Thoughts? Well, Microsoft will run exclusive sales. A lot of people who are on Xbox right now will probably want to keep buying on Xbox anyway. Like if I had option to buy on Steam or Xbox on the same device, I would personally keep buying on Xbox. And I think Microsoft's seeing that on PC even now with crossplay. That like for example, I got Frostpunk on the Microsoft Store because I'm in that ecosystem. I didn't buy it on Steam. Like it's literally the same experience, but all my friends lists, I like the achievements, and all my games are with the Microsoft ecosystem. So I prefer to stay there. And I think a lot of people would just do that as well if the option was there for multiple storefronts. There's nothing fundamental about Steam that makes it better than Xbox. If Xbox offers similar deals, similar features, and all that kind of stuff, and Steam Big Picture Mode is great. There's nothing wrong with it. But it's where people will just want to be, So there'll be plenty of incentives there. But the difference will be like if someone already has a library on Steam and they want to buy, say for example, I don't know, their PC broke and they can just get a cheap Xbox that does pretty much the same thing as a full-blown gaming PC, or at least temporarily speaking. They're like, oh cool, well I'll get an Xbox to play my Steam games on. Microsoft sees that as a win. And also maybe they get someone in sideways to Game Pass or something like that. The point here is that people stick where they are. They stay where they are, and everyone's locked in now. If someone's invested in Steam, they're going to stay on Steam. If someone's invested in Sony, they're going to stay on PlayStation. Someone invested in Microsoft ecosystem, they're probably going to stay there. For all the kicking and screaming that people do on Twitter, they're pretty much going to stay where they are because that's where all their save files are. That's where all their stuff is. Unless you're someone who's emotionally invested in the platform to the point where you feel morally betrayed when, Microsoft puts one of their games on PlayStation, for example, and you've got to make a big deal about it on social media. Unless you like that, then, I think the vast majority of people are just going to stay where they are. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe I'm completely wrong and off base on that. And then when people will see Steam on their Xbox, they're just like, oh, well, I'm going to ditch all of everything I've got on Xbox and move to Steam. But I can't see that personally, but maybe I'm wrong. I know Rand won't. I know Rand will stay on Xbox, right, Rand?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the future holds. Who knows? We'll see how if the store thing actually comes to fruition and how integrated it would be and if Steam will be there or not. And, if people are just like, well, what am I buying games here? Steam's the better option, or how that all will play out. I don't know yet. And I don't even know if they know. Who knows? Maybe it's just a pie in the sky sort of thing where it's like, yeah, we would like to have Steam in there in the future. And what they do launch with is like Epic Game Store and itch.io. And it's just like, yeah, okay, nobody really cares. But
yeah, I think it will be Steam as well, but maybe it won't. We'll see.
Anyways, that's the last question. And that is it for the podcast. This is episode 333. Yeah, we'll be back. I think we'll be doing something on Tuesday, right? Probably an Xbox Ultimate. It's been a while.
Yeah,
We did
we'll do
two
an
Xbox
on
2+1s this past month, so we'll do an Xbox Ultimate on Tuesday.
Maybe I'm gonna on Patreon. I'm gonna post what game I should stream for Xbox 2 Ultimate, and you guys can vote on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll do that through
We'll do that on
Patreon.com/XB2.
Tuesday. And then we'll be back next week for another episode. Who knows what's going to happen in the games industry, because it's very volatile and stuff happens all the time. But until then,
Sure does.
we love you all. We hope you have a great weekend. And until next week, keep it gaming, everybody.
Rock and roll, baby.
Later.
Later.